Oh, hang on. Hello, everyone over on the YouTube side of things. Hello, VOD watchers. I hope you're all doing well. Today we are going to be playing Legends of the Round Table, which is a new King Arthur game that released earlier this week. I want to thank Artifice Studios, the developers, for providing me with a copy of the game. I super appreciate it. But as you know, at the start of any new playthrough, I like to make sure that we talk some history before we dive on in. So today we are going to be looking at some of our sources for the development of King Arthur and his spread in popularity. So we're not there's a lot of detail and a lot of nuance in here, but we'll try and move quickly through it, get through the main points, and yeah, it'll be a good time. The thing that got you to get that era of history is that This Is History podcast that starts with Henry I and Eleanor of Aquitaine. Yeah, no, that'll do it. I adore it. Like the Henrys, I stopped giving a shit at when Richard takes the throne. I'll be honest, but Henry I, Henry II, do a lot of interesting things, and I really enjoy 12th century, English royal court culture. So you do the Holy Roman Empire, keeping track of which emperor is which and when is a trial. Yeah, no, I see. I don't envy you that. I try to ignore the Holy Roman Empire as often as I can get away with, because they're a pain in the ass and I don't like it. You visited Avalon, and by Avalon you mean Glastonbury. I have good high tea. Ha! That podcast put in context why your Welsh friend hates Edward Longshanks. Everyone hates Edward Longshanks. If Edward Longshanks has 1,000 haters, I am among them. If Edward Longshanks has one hater, it is me. If Edward Longshanks has no haters, I am dead. Nice. So, let's hop on in. So, if you know much, or if you kind of pay attention to Discourse TM about King Arthur, you hear approximately 8,000 theories for who the real King Arthur was. Whether he is this sorta kinda like this late Roman general, this post-Roman figure, this random other guy. I don't know. Either way, right, there's a big push, especially in the 80s, 90s, aughts, for history documentaries to try and find the real King Arthur. As we're gonna go through today, that's a fool's errand. That's absolutely goofy. Because from the beginning, there's some pretty obvious evidence that King Arthur is, at best, an extremely minor petty king somewhere from the northwest of what is now Wales, or just never existed. So, our oldest sources that actually, mention King Arthur, in any detail, is the Historia Britanum by a Welsh monk named Nennius. Really? Yes, I'm clearly on the YouTube page and not this one. Thank you. So, in chapter 50 of his Historia Britanum, Nennius lists 12 battles that King Arthur was part of. It was then that the magnanimous Arthur, with all the kings and military force of Britain, fought against the Saxons. And there were many more noble than himself, yet he was 12 times chosen their commander and was as often conqueror. First was at the River Glenny, the second, third, fourth, and fifth were by the River Douglas in the region Linui, the sixth is on the River Bassus, the seventh in the wood Celadon, which the Britons call Caquacelidon, the eighth is near Gurnian Castle, where Arthur bore the image of the Holy Virgin upon his shoulders, and through the power of our Lord Jesus Christ and the Holy Mary put the Saxons to flight. The 9th was at the city of Legion, which is called Caerleon, Leicester. That's Leicester, by the way. The 10th is on the banks of the river Tratrorot. The 11th is at the Mount Breguin, which is called Cat Bregion. The 12th was at the hill of Badon. In this engagement, 940 fell by his hand alone, known but the Lord affording him assistance. As you might get with this text, even a petty king is independent. Exactly, right? Our important features here. Arthur is not the largest or most powerful warrior with the largest retinue in this. Even if we assume that he's a historical figure, it is really difficult to identify what's actually happening here, because he just seems to be a guy that gets picked to be in charge of the coalitions. This is dated to the early 6th century. Traditionally, the Hill of Badon is dated to the 520s AD. Or 520s? 536? No, 536 is Camlin. So, yeah, it should be like 520-ish for Badon. And then, after this, when Gratian Aequantius was consul at Rome because the whole world was governed by the Roman consuls, the Saxons were seated by Vortigern in the year of our Lord 447. So, what year is it? Right? Traditional, Nennius is broadly chronological. He does not jump around a lot. And so he's implying that Arthur, whenever he does all of this, fighting against the Saxons, occurs before Vortigern invites Hengist and Horsa to the island, thereby traditionally losing control of the island and resulting in these Saxon migrations. Like, it gets... The chronology here is really fuzzy. Right? Notably, actually, in all of this, Vortigern actually also... He does it earlier, and then they leave, and then they do it again. And so, yeah, it's all a mystery. The chronology here is wild. Notably, though, we have a source from the 6th century detailing some of the history of this period. Arthur is nowhere to be seen. Time for God's angriest blogger? Yeah. Yeah. God, why is his name escaping me now? This is embarrassing. Starts with a G. Gildas, thank you. I had it in my mind. I lost it as soon as I came to that point of the time. I was like, Gildas. And then immediately forgot. And hello, Chantu. King Arthur, you're invested? As you should be. King Arthur rules. So, this guy writes the poem De Excidio et Conquestu Britanniae, which is a Latin narrative poem detailing how much everything sucks. He is alive at the time that Nennius and the Annales Cambriae says that King Arthur is around. He is in the region of Wales that King Arthur is supposed to be most active in. There is no mention of King Arthur in De Excidio. He's just not there. And so we should be really suspicious. And in fact, Gildas doesn't really talk about any great alliance of the various kings of the Britons. Like, Gildas actually is really mad about it because he's like, if we had worked together, we could have prevented all of this. But y'all, in your greed and buffoonery, decided to keep inviting these guys as mercenaries to fight each other, and then surprise Pikachu faced when they turned on you. God hates you, but not as much as me. And so yeah, that's Gildas. So we should already be suspicious in the 800s of any of this that Nennius or the Welsh annals are starting to say. Because this looks an awful lot like identity formation, right? Oh, we were so cool, and then somehow we lost anyway. Arthur, along with the kings of Britain, fought against them in those days, but Arthur himself was the Dux Bellorum. There's more of his things. And blah, blah, blah. They were defeated. They brought in more people. 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 Etc., etc., etc. Etc., etc., etc. And at the very end, there's another marvel that reaches called Wealth. There's a mound of stones here, and one stone's placed upon the pile with a paw print of a dog in it. When Cobble, who was the dog of Arthur the soldier, was hunting the boar, trying to impress his paw on the stone, and afterwards Arthur assembled a stone mound under the stone with the print of his dog, is called the Carn Cobble. Yay, identity formation, right? So this looks to me an awful lot like Welsh identity formation in opposition to the strength of Mercia in the early 9th century. Right? Because in the 9th century, right, up until the Vikings show up and just really make things weird, the most powerful kingdom of the the Old English speaking kingdoms of England was Mercia. And so there's a lot of warfare between Mercia and the Welsh borderlands. And so, to me, it looks like there's some extent here where the idea that the various kings of, like, David and the other Welsh kingdoms could unite and actually resist English aggression. That looks to me very plausible as an explanation for where King Arthur is kind of coming in. The situation on the ground is actually extremely complex, and one could also look at the Vikings themselves and the fact that they just completely overrun immediately Northumbria, Mercia, and East Anglia. as something that creates a lot of anxiety of, oh no, are we about to get overrun? And harkening back to this last round of pagan invasions, uh, intensifying the violence of those invasions, and creating heroic figures that resist those and say, no, don't worry. Don't worry. God is on our side. We can win this. None will stand against the Almighty. This pagan threat is scary, but defeatable. Wouldn't it be cool if you had a unifying figure the last time things went to shit that I could look back to for inspiration? This time that things are going to shit. Exactly. So there's, I suspect, the contemporary system or political situation of the 9th century, both English Mercian aggression and Vikings, end up generating a lot of desire for this Arthur figure projected out of the past. That being said, the Arthur figure in Nennius does not look very much like King Arthur. One, it's not clear he's a king. Two, he's very active. Like, he is very much this military Dux Bella, right? What's the exact word? Dux Bellorum, right? This chief of war. And so he's a soldier. He's a bellator. Much more than he is a Rex or a Basilius, right? So he's this Ladinate-ish kind of sort of maybe a military figure. He's not King Arthur yet. So, we're gonna fast forward to the reign of Henry the First. The Normans. Allow us to introduce ourselves. So, 1066, there's this lovely little doodad thing known as the Norman Conquest. A certain bloke named William decides that he really wants to be in charge of England now. And by the power of overwhelming violence, accomplishes that by the 1080s. His successors have this big old job of legitimizing their rule. And so, his Henry I in the early 1100s ends up having to do a lot of that work. And in some ways crucial to that project is a somewhat famous guy known as Geoffrey of Monmouth. And Jakista, I've only finished volume 1. I haven't, read volumes 2, 3, or 4, even though I own them. So, shush. Kind of a bastard, wasn't he? Don't worry about it. We're not worried about him. We're worried about his, grandson? Yeah. Younger son? One of those two. Look, I remember who he is, but, youngest son. Henry I. Youngest son. Who ruled England from 1100 to 1135. So, Henry I, actually pretty cool. Did an enormous amount of educational construction in England, imported quite a bit of French court culture, and did a big project of wanting to exert control over southern Wales. Enter Geoffrey of Monmouth. Geoffrey of Monmouth is known for his history of the Kings of Britain, which has the first really thorough accounting of the King Arthur story that survives. Stuck smack dab in the middle of it is the text now known as the Vita Merlini, the life and prophecies of Merlin the Wizard. I am preparing to sing of the madness of the prophetic bard and a humorous poem on Merlin. Suppose, right, Geoffrey did not write this text, but he certainly is happy to repeat it. Let's make it bigger. And so, yeah, a lot of this is just Merlin goes mad, hides in the woods, does all sorts of stuff. Featuring Kung Fu Action Merlin. Exactly. Merlin does a lot of stuff in this text. It is quite long. It is quite long. But it is basically, supposedly, dubiously insane, prophet poet Merlin hiding in the woods, retroactively prophesying the history that will justify the goals of the Norman conquest of Wales and Ireland. For shall be authority whose awkward piety shall endure until he shall be close to the father. The six shall overthrow the Irish and their walls, and pious and prudent shall renew the people in their cities. All these things I formerly predicted more at length to Vortigern, and explained to him the mystic lore of the two dragons when he sat on the banks of the drained pool. Go see the king dying and bid Taliesin come, as I wish to talk over many things with him, for he has recently come from the land of Brittany, where he learned the sweet philosophy of Gildas the Wise. So we're just naming everyone vaguely important, by the way, because Taliesin and Gildas and Vortigern did not live at the same time. We're just naming people now. The Historia Regnum Britanniae is an extremely learned, extremely complex text, of which the King Arthur story is a small part of. However, we have a lot of the details that we will see in later versions of the story. Because it is in Geoffrey that we get the idea, firstly, that Arthur is King Arthur. The idea that King Arthur goes to war with the Emperor of Rome, Lucius, and wins. Mordred, though Mordred is mentioned in earlier sources under his Welsh name Medrat, the idea that Mordred basically usurps the throne while Arthur is on campaign, and Arthur's death at Camlan, is all established by Geoffrey of Monmouth. So he's kind of important. He is not inventing these stories out of whole cloth. There is likely oral traditions and narrative development in Wales that we do not have surviving written accounts for, that he is drawing on, compiling, recombining. However, these early years across the board for Geoffrey of Monmouth are pretty magical, right? This ancient history of the Britons is generally magical. He explains Stonehenge, he does all sorts of things. See ya, Bermudo. So he does there's so much. Just trying to summarize Geoffrey of Monmouth and his complexity, would take all day. Would take all day. Therefore, you Britons give a wreath to Geoffrey of Monmouth. He is indeed yours, for once he sang of your battles and those of your chiefs. So he wrote a book called The Deeds of the Britons, which are celebrated throughout the world. This is Geoffrey of Monmouth, Obama giving Obama a Peace Prize. This is 100% Geoffrey of Monmouth awarding himself a prize for being cool. Hey, hello, what's up? Do you miss anything? We're just talking King Arthur. We are in the early 1100s, with our big guy Geoffrey of Monmouth. Just trust me, bro. Right? So, let's put a pin in Geoffrey of Monmouth, because, turns out he is going to be really important again in a couple hundred years. But we need to zoom ahead a little bit more. From Henry I to the back half of the century and Henry II. Henry II is well, let's get back onto this scene. Henry II is the most important king in the development of the King Arthur legends. Equally, if not more important to him, is his wife Eleanor of Aquitaine. Eleanor of Aquitaine, ex-wife of the King of France, current wife to the King of England, daughter of the most powerful person in France, who is not the King of France, rocks up and basically says, I want French courtly culture in England. And promotes a bunch of policies, sponsors a bunch of literature, does with Henry II backing her up, brings in a ton of literary traditions from France. Particularly important here are the ideas of Chivalry and the format of the lay. Right, the lay being a folkloric verse poem dealing with often stories of knights and quests. The ideas of chivalry are developed a little bit earlier in the 1100s in southern France, and basically are already becoming moralizing forces, right? The idea that, chivalry is not only martial prowess, but is instead an actual code of ethical obligation grounded in Christian virtue. King Arthur becomes a really, really, really easy point to subsume a lot of this material. So, most important is a guy named Chrétien. And this is looking at one particular text, but the first few poems here are important. Little concerning the person we call Chrétien de Troyes can be affirmed with certainty. These include 5 romance narratives, completed during the final third of the 1100s. Eric et Annie, Clige, Le Chevalier de la Charette, or Lancelot, Le Chevalier au Lion, or Ivar, and Perceval. A 6th narrative, William d'Angleterre, has been attributed to him by some, but many find this doubtful. Certain works said by him to belong to his works have not survived, include a romance entitled Du Roi Marc et des Eaux le Blanc. One of the Ovidian poems is the Ovid pour Elise. So, right, we'll just use the English names for these. Eric and Enid, Lancelot, Eva, Percival, and Mark and Isolde. If you know your Arthurian stuff, you should be pointing at your screen going, ooh, I know these guys. These are our Knights of the Round Table. Darius, have you read the Kalevala? If so, would a normal person be able to read it? Because Paradise Lost, you need, like, guides. Yes, I have. It is 300 years younger than Paradise Lost. That being said, it is still a genre of epic poetry, and so find a translation that has footnotes that will explain who the heck the random people that will pop in and out of the narrative are. Because if you just read it flat, you're gonna get pretty confused. Heck yeah, you are Leo pointing. Other than our guy Gawain, we'll come back to Gawain, because Gawain's weird. Yeah, no worries. Have a good Easter too. So yeah. Chrétien is not, the... Yeah, there are several others who debut, we'll come back to the Welsh ones. We'll come back to Guinevere and Medrawd and Bedivere and Gawain. We'll put a pin in them. They're coming out of a different tradition. So, Mark is the King of Cornwall in the Tristan and Isolde stories. Yes, he is. And in fact, well, most likely, even in this version, he is the King of Cornwall. Unfortunately, this version does not survive, and so we're reliant on later iterations of the story to sort of back construct it. Rat will come back to Gawain and the Green Knight specifically again later. That's like 200 years down the road. Put a pin in it. Chrétien. Chrétien certainly invents some of these figures out of whole cloth. Lancelot in particular, there is no evidence for oral traditions about Lancelot that predate Chrétien. We should not be shocked about this because Lancelot is in many ways also the clearest iteration of chivalric virtues as understood in the ethos of the later 1100s, distilled into a person. He is the premier knight. In terms of his gallantry, his willingness to forgive and forget, his courage to protect other people, his pining wistfully about someone he's not allowed to have a relationship with, his otherwise chastity. Like, tip to bottom, he is the embodiment of the ethical systems of his day. Notably, those ethical systems, as described in the 12th century, still suck. Which is why Lancelot is going to get replaced as the bestest of all bestie knights. Right? So, right? Chrétien was a court poet attached to a noble court, in his case the Count and Countess of Champagne, and later the Count of Flanders. So, he's educated, he's closely engaged with these traditions, he's very literary, he is making his living as a court poet, and Eleanor of Aquitaine helps import his material. Right? Someone like Mary de France, who is a clerk attached, a female clerk attached to, why did my voice crack on the word female? Yikes. Anyway, a female clerk attached directly to the Royal Court of England writes a lot of stories out of, Brittany that are almost kind of Arthurian. Like, look, the king in Beast Claveret is never identified as King Arthur, but like, it's King Arthur. So, all this French and Britannian literature is getting re-imported into England, and King Arthur is either absorbing these stories or is the direct chain of transmission from southern Wales across the Channel, elsewhere into France, and then back up into England. the amount of literary production that the court of Henry II produces is enormous. Because in addition to all this French material that's getting imported, Henry II, like Henry I, is very interested in Wales and Ireland. And so we get this guy known as Gerald of Wales, who is attached to the royal court, and is writing an awful lot, and makes a lot of claims. But, right, explaining Gerald of Wales in detail takes too long. But what Gerald of Wales lets us, kind of marks as a starting point to re-access are our Welsh oral traditions and our Welsh literary traditions that have continued to evolve semi-independently of the French Romance traditions. So, chronologically, we're technically jumping ahead a little bit, but we're getting weird. Let's talk the Mabinogi. Specifically, Culloch and Olwen. So, Culloch is a Welsh prince. Who has been cursed by his stepmother that he must marry Olwen, the daughter of the giant Ysbaddaden. You tried. There you go. Mabinogion is just like the definitive for, so the Mabinogi is more correct. Anyway, so conveniently, this otherwise unnamed king is Arthur's first cousin. Okay, so there Culloch goes with all of his gold battle axe and gold hilted sword and blades of it made of gold and a buckler with gold stuff and a mantle and greyhounds and a very nice horse and all that stuff. And he goes over to Arthur and goes like, "Hey, Arthur, my guy." Mabinogi 2004. How dare you do this to me? And so here we go. I need to win Olwen's hand from Ysbaddaden. And Arthur's got like, "Don't worry." In this story, we have some more figures that are well known from later things. Specifically, the seneschal of the court, Kay, who in the Welsh stories is actually really freaking cool. And this is, sorry, right, there was a comment earlier that Lancelot gets dwarfed. Lancelot does not get dwarfed. He gets out-virtued. Kay gets dwarfed. Right, so, Geoffrey says that Kay, is, Arthur's brother because he has the Uther story. In the Welsh traditions, he's Arthur's seneschal and just, like, wildly overpowered, except that everyone can beat him. It's pretty cool. Declare that I will Culloch son of Cilith son of Clevon Uladig by Golodith son of Amleth. Flelig. You are my first cousin. What will you have? My claim on thee is that you get me Olwen, daughter of Ysbaddaden. Invoked his boon in the name of Kay and Bedwyr, and Gredol Galthafith, and Gweithir, son of Gredol, and Grade, son of Eri, and Kindelig the Guide, and Tavel Frank Deceit, and Maluus, son of Bevan, and Knicher, son of Ness, and Kubert, son of Dera, and Ferko, son of Roch, and Schuber, Butach, and Corful Berfach, and Gwyn, son of Esni, and Gwyn, son of Newfra, and Gwyn, son of Nuth, and Edward, son of Nuth, and Cadwy, son of Geraint, and Fleetherflam, Ulavig, Ron Bebir, son of Doroth, and Bradwin, son of Morin Minog, and Morin Minog himself, and Dathlav, son of Keeman Koff, and the son of Alan Divith, and the son of Saidi, and the son of Gurion, and the son of Uchter, and Hosastainer, and Kiwas Kurafal, and Gurir, Fatkan, and Isberer, Kakla, and Gashgoy, the Hewer, and Dwach, and Brachach, and Nethach, and the sons of Gwarther, Bobak, and Killeth 100 Holds, and Cadhaster 100 Hand, and Kors 100 Claws, and Esker Gulach, Gulfkhan, and Drust, Iron Fist, and Glulith, Mighty Grasp, and Hughenifand, and I was the Wind, and Sinach, son of Sethfed, and Walter, son of Sethfed, and now son of Sethfed, and Gwenwyn, son of now son of Sethfed, and Bedru, son of Sethfed, and Gober, son of Echel Bighip, and Echel Bighip himself, and Melson. You get the point. Oh, I'm like 80% right on the Welsh Brythonic names. I am sorry to anyone who actually knows Welsh. As I said, I'm gonna get the pronunciation like 80% right, which is not close to correct. Kolok also gets a haircut from Arthur. Coming of age, right? Agalias, I mean, yes, his dad literally says, go get your haircut. But that's just coming of age. Like, when you're a youth, you're supposed to have uncut, very long, very, what we would now consider, kind of, effeminate, flowy locks. But once you grow your beard, you get that trimmed, and now you become a warrior. And Manu son of Sergith, and Diego son of Valor, and Celos son of Sinwad, and Gulska son of Achin, and Ner son of Kadad, and Druidwas son of Treven, and Turch son of Perif, and Turch son of Anas, and Anna king of France, and Cel son of Selgi. You understand the point. This just keeps going for a while. This keeps going for a while. But there are some names in here that we know, right? K. Bedwyr. Let's see. There's another one. Gwyneth Nuth shows up all over the Welsh sources. Let's see. Clear Flam shows up if you read your Lloyd Alexander. And that's about it. And Solomario Tosaber, thank you for the follow just now. I appreciate that. Exactly. Your hair goes and then you're a man. But Gawain is part of this tradition. And Guinevere is actually sort of, kind of, possibly part of this tradition. It's unclear because there is a Welsh version of the name Guinevere. Guinevere. It is unclear whether that is a borrowing back into it, back into the Welsh stories, or whether she's original to that. Regardless, though, there's a lot here. And then, it really just keeps going. It really just keeps going forever and ever 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 and ever. There she is, Gwenevere. And Gwenevere, her sister. Arthur says, okay. Hang on, I don't know who this is. Chill. Also, Talazar is in there, right? Yeah. Then Kay arose. Kay had this peculiarity. 9 nights and 9 days his breath lasted underwater. 9 nights and 9 days could he go without sleep. A wound from Kay's sword no physician might heal. A wondrous gift had Kay. When it pleased him he would be as tall as the tallest tree in the forest. Another peculiarity had he. When the rain was heaviest, a hand's breadth before his hand and another behind his hand would be, behind Behind his hand, what would be in his hand would be dry, by reason of the greatness of his heat. And when the cold was hardest on his comrades, that would be to them kindling to light a fire. Welsh Ultraman! So yeah, no, he is magnificently tall, and his body temperature is so high that he'll never get wet, and he can go for 9 days and 9 nights without sleeping. He's a hot boy. Arthur called upon Bedwyr, who never shrank from an enterprise upon which Kay was bound. It was thus with Bedwyr that none was so handsome as he in this island save Arthur and Drix of Kivthar, and this too, that though he was one-handed, no 3 warriors drew blood in the same field faster than he. Another strange quality was his 1 thrust would there be of his spear and 9 counter thrusts. So, Gwalchmai, there he is. He called on Gwalchmai, son of Gwyar, because he never came home without the quest he had gone to seek. He was the best of walkers and the best of riders. He was Arthur's nephew, his sister's son, and his first cousin. Gwalchmai is Gawain. So you have the guy who has one hand and still is the first guy to kill someone on the battlefield. You have Welsh Ultraman K. You have the guy who knows every language under the sun. You have actually Gawain, who's just the luckiest knight on the planet. And they're all going to rock out and say, "Hi, I want to talk to East Baladin." And then they go and do stuff. And Arthur then also gives, in order to accomplish all the tasks, will give Kuluk all of his fancy schmancy weapons except for, like, 1. What is it? Is it just the dagger that Kuluk is not allowed to use? Sadly, this is not OCR, so I can't actually look. I cannot find the right spot. Because there's so much text and I cannot. There's just a lot of names in here. And I could look for the names if I could search in the text, but I can't. It's before Arthur knows what the favor is that he bans the weapons. Oh yeah, there it is. Thank you. I've not come here to wheel me and drink, but if I attain my boon, I will repay it, and I will praise it. If I obtain it not, I will bear hence thine honor as far as thy renown was farthest in the 4 corners of the world. Shall obtain the boon thy head and tongue shall name, save only my ship and my mantle, and Caladfolch, my sword, and Rangaminia, my spear, and, Winib Gwerkather, my shield, and Carnwenon, my dagger, and Gwenifar, my wife. Caladfolch is Excalibur. Quick etymology lesson to everyone. Caladfolch, gets translated in Latinate sources as Caliburnus. Strip out the end, you get Caliburn, and you Frenchify it, and you get Excalibur. It's the same sword. It's the same sword. Don't you dare say it's not the same sword. I see you all, like, literally all 20th century media that insists that those are different weapons. And, Gallifol. Same thing. But yeah. Why is wife named and not able to use? Because basically Arthur says, hey, you seem cool. You can have anything in the world. Ask me for anything except for this and this and this and this and this. You can't have my cool stuff. You can't have my wife. Which, given how many mythological stories are, I'm going to do this cool thing, but in turn I want your own XYZ deity/queen. Frankly, very wise of him. Very wise of him to just say, no, that's not on the table, right at the beginning. So yeah, the Culhwch and Olwen, and other Welsh stories about Arthur represent this alternate tradition versus what's happening in the French lays. So, where the French stories are really interested in these knightly quests and these manifestations of chivalric virtue, and the ways in which knights ought to behave while wandering around doing violence. The Welsh traditions are frankly much weirder. They lean much more clearly into a continuous kind of legendary tradition that focuses on grossly overpowered weaponry, prophecy, and I don't know. How do you want to sum up the comparisons between like the Fiadic cycle, the Ulster cycle, and the Welsh triads? Because they are distinct but clearly interrelated. And also are doing something totally different than what the French lays are doing. And both of these kind of coexist, and as the Normans conquer Wales and Ireland, or, well, pseudo-conquer Ireland, over the late 1100s and 1200s, well, a lot of this literature bleeds right back in. But then there's kind of a gap. There's a really peculiar gap in Arthurian literary production in England in the 1200s and the start of the 1300s. In that they are circulating the same texts and are not that vigorously innovating on them. What's happening elsewhere, though, is really interesting, because the 1200s, right, if we see this rapid codification of the chivalric ideal and Arthur as the king who has the knights that epitomize chivalry the best, we see that in the 1100s. In the 1200s, we see England exporting that literature elsewhere in Europe. Percival is probably the single most popular figure. It shows up in Old Norse, shows up in Old High German, shows up in Italian. And so we are rapidly getting these explicitly Arthurian figures being circulated, retranslated, and adapted all across Latin-speaking Europe. Tristan and Isolde is another wildly popular story. Frankly, way more than Gawain, way more than Lancelot. Percival and Tristan are, like, all over the place. This intertwines quite rapidly, both with extant German in the Holy Roman Empire, that's getting combined with Norse German folklore. So, you know, 2 of the 3 medieval German epics are Arthurian. The other one is the Nibelungenlied. Volsunga Saga in Old Norse is stylistically heavily based on the translation projects of Even Saga. The translation projects of the 1250s and 1260s in the Norwegian royal court, where Even Saga, Eric and the Need, basically everything Chrétien wrote, is getting translated into Old Norse sagas. And that Volsunga Saga, the story of Sigurd the Dragon Slayer, is structurally based on these translations. in France, Charlemagne and Arthur are going toe to toe for who wants to be the coolest. And so you have all these Arthur stories, and then you've also got Les Chansons de Roland and the other stories about the paladins. Same story in Italy, right? Where you are having Orlando representing the Charlemagne thing, and Percival representing Arthur. Structure, right? The verse epic as a format is heavily affected by the French lays and chansons. So it's not that the plot of the Nibelungenlied has Arthurian influence, it's that the structure of the Nibelungenlied probably wouldn't look quite the same if it weren't for the import of these Arthurian verse stories. Just like in Scandinavia, right, the structure of the legendary saga is established in no small part by Arthurian stories first, and then is being in kind of local ancient storylines are being brought into the legendary saga format. Exactly. Right? In this period, we see an evolution of King Arthur into what is known as a do-nothing king. Basically, right, you'll see this already in Chrétien, and you'll see this throughout a lot of these high medieval verse romances. Arthur is the setting. Arthur is not the guy who does stuff. You just set something in King Arthur so you have a generic good king who is able to punish your guys and kickstart the plot and then disappear from the narrative. Or he's the goal of the plot, right? Percival, my goal is to become a Knight of the Round Table. And I will go forth and do a whole bunch of unrelated adventures in my desire to become a Knight of the Round Table. And so he's a MacGuffin. Arthur's the ultimate MacGuffin. And so he's the default setting as much as he is the actual actor. The exception to this remains King Arthur versus the Roman Emperor. And so, as we get into Middle English, we see another enormous explosion of Arthurian literature that defines the modern conception in a way that no one else does. The alliterative Morta Arthura, Gawain and the Green Knight, a crap ton of Welsh literature, and most importantly, Thomas Malory's Le Morte d'Arthur are all part of this late 14th, early 15th century development. Malory's on the very tail end of this, and he's drawing on literally everything that came before. A lot of these stories, right, in many ways are drawing on older traditions. Right, Gawain and the Green Knight looks very familiar to some of these other stories. Gawain and the Green Knight is weird structurally because it's in alliterative verse. And what the heck is alliterative verse doing in Middle English in 1400? There's an Arthurian tale in the Canterbury Tales as well? Yes. Just like there's a classical adaptation in the Canterbury Tales. Clearly Arthur is remaining popular, even when there's not a lot of innovation. But in my mind, really the next round of innovation is in the early 1400s. And so, right, Malory is our most important guy here. Right, as much as I love Gawain and the Green Knight, as much as I love the alliterative Morta Arthura, as much as I love these Middle English alliterative verse romances, this is our guy. Much of Malory's life history is obscure, but he identifies himself as a knight prisoner, identifying he was either a criminal, a prisoner of war, or suffering other confinement. While we don't know for sure, he's probably Sir Thomas Malory of Warwickshire, who was imprisoned at various times for criminal acts during the Wars of the Roses. Malory wrote so much. Like, the Morte d'Arthur is enormous. It is a thick book. And it breaks up as soon as Project Gutenberg actually lets it open. Please? I'm begging you. Cool. Cool. This is fine. I give up. I give up on that. Anyway, it jumps around a lot. Oh, sure. Does it work for you? Oh, yeah, no, it's just not loading for me. It's not loading for me, and it's a pain in the ass. Uh, so, right, it starts off near the end of the chronology with the with Gawain accusing Lancelot of adultery with Guinevere, and the uh Arthur ordering Guinevere to be burned, Lancelot showing up from quasi-exile, murdering a bunch of people, and then leaving to his castle. Uh, and yeah, but there's a lot else. There's a lot else in this story. So he breaks it up into a ton of different books, from the basically adapting Geoffrey of Monmouth's story of the start of King Arthur, right? Uther Pendragon, Merlin doing Merlin things, Sword in the Stone, all that jazz. Detours fully into stories of a ton of different knights. Gawain, Gareth, uh, Gawain, Gareth, Lancelot, the Grail Quest, or Tristan and Isolde, the Grail Quest, and then the actual death of Arthur here. It's basically a compendium compiling the previous 500 years worth of continental stories, scrunching them into one, and then adding a few of his own. It is the definitive work for Arthur, and honestly, as much as it gets flack for being late and manipulating the stories in a lot of ways, if you are looking to get into Arthurian literature, start with Malory. Malory is far and away the easiest read out of all of the options that I have mentioned today. It is far and away the most comprehensive read of all the stories I have mentioned today. And every post-medieval adaptation of the King Arthur story is basing itself on Malory. So just start there. And then if you like one of the knights, see if there's other stories about the knight, and wander off that direction. And then if you really want to get weird, go look at the 15th century Welsh stories. You know, Arthur arguing with his nephew Eliwood about the virtues of rulership. Also, his nephew is a bird. You can't beat the Welsh stories if you want odd stuff. So it does have the thing where the English is often treated as close enough that it's left untouched. I mean, fair enough. But there are versions like the Project Gutenberg one is in 15th century language mostly, but there are definitely translations that just fully update the language. So just find one of those. Part of me is wondering just how many of these stories were written after the author had some mead or ale. I mean, the poetry is performed at banquets and feasts, but how dare you assume that it's mead and ale instead of good French wine? Do you think that they are barbarians? Oh yeah, there we saw Maddox, son of Uther. Yep. Yep. Exactly. Remember, Elwood is Arthur's nephew. So, I mean, a little meat is much better than wine, I am. Well, look, we're not debating the merits of various alcohols. I'm just saying, no self-respecting royal court on continental Europe would prefer mead over wine. How else are you supposed to prove you're sophisticated? The Romanitas of it will not allow otherwise. Beer's a peasant drink for filthy peasants. So yeah, right. If Arthur is popular in the Middle Ages, Arthur becomes way more popular in modernity. The modern history of King Arthur is too varied and too complex to meaningfully sum up. But, hi, there's approximately 18 squillion King Arthur adaptations. Didn't know Roy Fire Emblem is related to King Arthur? No, Roy Fire Emblem is related to Charlemagne. Come on. He's literally a descendant of the Paladin Roland. Come on. This is basic Fire Emblem trivia shit. Now, Ike Fire Emblem, he's related to King Arthur. Uh, so, right, we're not going to talk too much about like the modern history of King Arthur because there's too much. The most important, probably modern source for King Arthur stuff is T.H. White, the once and future king. So, if it seems like someone is talking about King Arthur and only has a superficial understanding of who King Arthur is, i.e., most late 20th century media, it's because they're using T.H. White instead of any of the medieval sources. But King Arthur is such a popular topic that there is so many things, so many representations from the pre-Raphaelites, the Romantics, the other guys, the doodads, the things, the stuffs. And yeah, there's. If we were to try and trace it, we would be here all day and then some. is working on trying to add to the count. Based. Are you sure it's not BBC Merlin? I mean, there are no heterosexual readings of BBC Merlin, and I love that for us. There's also no heterosexual readings of, like, half of the medieval corpus, and so we need that in adaptations more often. I refuse to comment. Okay. So, we are also at a little bit over an hour of talking history. So, let's... update the categories in Twitch. Let's see what we can do. Sends me disguised as a good French one. Hey. I'm not saying I'm not a filthy barbarian. I'm just saying no self-respecting medieval ruler would have preferred meat over wine. I will happily accept meat. I freaking love meat. It's delicious. Now let's rock and roll. Pause the music. YouTube people, you're confused as to what I'm talking about, but like Dancing Mad has been going on for the last 4 minutes, and while that's great, it will clash very harshly with the vibes of Eleanor, of people singing in Latin in like 4 seconds. I barely speak Latin. I took 5 years of Latin. What are you talking about? Just because I'm rusty, because I have not had a reason to practice. Excuse you. And come on, please. There it is. Welcome to the Legends of the Round Table. Once again, I do want to thank Artifice Studios for sending me a copy of the game. It was very kind of them. I very much appreciate it. Gracias, Tibiago, brave new Hercule. Oh yeah, this game has so many vibes. This game is also an incredibly crunchy tactics game. At least, the demo version of it had been an incredibly, crunchy, tactics game. So we will make sure, it's doing stuff. We'll start fresh. And yeah, as we talk about people, we'll look up people. As we see other stuff, we'll look at other stuff. And it'll be great. Now, I will say, do I know Latin? Yes. Do I know Latin well enough to know what the person is singing right now? No. Because who needs to speak Latin? Who needs to understand spoken Latin if you're not Catholic? And specifically if you're not Catholic and clergy, and even that's optional these days, thanks Vatican II. So I can read it. But man, the dictionary is good. Well, we know what I'll... Look. Look, I'm not gonna say that I'm a weenie and will happily play this game on weenie mode, but it is exactly what I'm saying.
Come closer. Fear not. Why have you come to my 1,000-year-old tomb? In truth, my world was not so different from yours. deep in their hearts, humans resemble each other, and that will not change anytime soon. Dreams are sometimes more telling than historical facts. The greatest dream of my time was the ideal of chivalry. To be a knight is to offer the very best of yourself, day after day, inspired by 4 virtues: love, prowess, largesse, and loyalty.
I don't believe you.
Now and look at this book. You
I
will
think
live
that's
the
what needs to be floating in the
greatest
voice.
adventure that the men and women of my time ever told. That of King Arthur and his round table.
Alright, so, fun fact, this rondel, or this illustration, is, based on the works of Matthew Paris. Right, stylistically, it is incredibly distinctively Matthew Paris, who did another sort of list of early kings of Britain in the 13th century, and so a bunch of these look very, 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 very similar to what we see in the game. This is Oswald of East Anglia? I think it's Oswald of Northumbria, so, rather than King Arthur, but, you know. Does he have one of Arthur? He does. Oh yeah, he does have one of Arthur. Hey look, there's King Arthur. No beard. You hate to see it. Anyway, long ago, on the Isle of Britain, there ruled a king named Uther Pendragon. He became enamored with Ygritte, the wife of the Duke of Cornwall. Under a spell cast by the enchanter Merlin, the couple conceived an illegitimate child. After birth, the child Arthur was entrusted to the attentive care of a knight. Ector raised Arthur as his son, alongside his natural son, Kay. This is Geoffrey of Monmouth, this is Thomas Malory. Avoid the fight with giants who want beards? Well, yeah, you know, so instead of scalping people to prove that you killed them, you just take their beard. Makes sense to me. After Uther's death, the kingdom became unstable, facing attacks from the Saxons and internal squabbling. One day, a magnificent sword embedded in a rock appeared in London. Reputed as a wise man, Merlin declared that whoever succeeded in withdrawing the sword from the stone would become the High King of Britain. The news spread through the kingdom, and so Sir Kay, who had just been knighted, decided to attend the tournament, accompanied by his father Ector and his younger brother and squire, Arthur. Chat, pop quiz. Is this Excalibur? In a lot of adaptations, yes. In Malory, and therefore what we are going to accept as canon, no, but also yes. Right? He says it, and then he contradicts himself and gives a different origin for Excalibur. Right? Malory gets very confused, because he says this is Excalibur, and then this sword breaks and Arthur gets Excalibur. He tried, okay? Editing is difficult. But practically speaking, no. This is not Excalibur. This sword will break when Arthur duels King Pellinore, because King Pellinore is going after the questing beast, and Arthur, for whatever reason, insists on trying to duel him anyway, and breaks his sword in the process. After that sword breaks and Arthur is grievously injured, he is given the sword Excalibur by the Lady in the Lake. And then immediately goes and tries to pick a fight with Pellinor again. I have questions. Yep. In the Guy Ritchie movie, every Excalibur origin is canon at once. That is, like, the only good thing I've heard about the Guy Ritchie movie. Also Sonic the Hedgehog, which makes it almost... Don't remind me. Don't remind me, Chakista.
Hector, Kay, and Arthur arrived in London after a long journey. The herald goes to announce the second day of the tournament.
Uther High King, all his day is for you. Slain by Saxons, oh so brave and so true. Victors, you will pull the sword as your due.
Anyway, can we get away for that,
from all this
Memento
land
Mori?
so wide, now do stand here side by side. Oh, what gallantry and pride! How the hardy men did shine by their valor and their ardor yesterday! But the boldest of them all, the King of Orkney, was the victor in the fray. Oh, the blood and agony, the fearful cries when ladies saw the helmets play. All eyes were on King Lot. He seized the sword in stone, but it refused to give. He will not have the throne.
Chakista, I know.
It is worthiness, not strength, that must be shown.
Picunque de Petra something or other. Whoever pulls the sword from the
Our
stone shall
knights
become king of
respectfully
Britain.
salute the man dressed in Uther Pendragon's colours. Greetings, sires, and welcome to London, he exclaims. I am Elias, herald of this city.
Funny how how Lot changed across the sources. Lot changes across Malory.
It is a pleasure to see you at this illustrious tournament, he
Lot
says
is like one of the
cheerfully.
least
By the
consistently
way,
characterized
Sir
guys
Hector
in
and
Malory.
Sir Kay, you are fighting in the main event later today.
Ask him about the battle that waits in the large
Sir
list.
Kay and Sir Ector must fight Sir Agwisance and Sir Meliant of Liss on horseback. They are formidable opponents. Agwisance is the vassal of King Lot, who was the victor yesterday on the first day of the tournament. Like his sovereign, Agwisance is an outstanding fighter. He's known to be feisty and insolent. Meliant, meanwhile, is a promising young knight. He has great strength, yet he's contemptuous and immature.
Also, apparently it's 510 AD. Just by the way, it's apparently 510 AD, and in classic Arthurian fashion, not a single element of any part of any of this story, UI, visual design, outfits, armor, etc., is from the 6th century.
King Lot of Orkney is powerful and fearsome,
Not even close.
both on the battlefield
15th
and at
century,
court.
maybe.
He grips his allies' hearts with fear and sows terror among his enemies. He must surely be coming to terms with his failure to remove the sword from the stone. When High King Uther died, Merlin, a very wise enchanter indeed, put a sword into the stone in front of St. Paul's Cathedral. Whoever manages to remove it will be Uther's successor.
By the way, yes, that's St. Paul's Cathedral.
And that is the reason for this tournament. Every knight who wins the day's events earns a turn at trying to pull out the sword. Before our hero turns away, Elias says a knight is waiting for Sir Ector farther down the road.
Quests. Ah, the purple page. Purple books, my beloved. Purple books, my beloved. Move the camera, hold down mouse wheel, or use A and D.
When Ulfius spots our heroes, he exclaims with earnest joy, "Here is my dear old Hector! Ah, dear friend, how happy I am to see you. And these must be your sons, Kay and Arthur." Ulfius is delighted. What a long time it has been.
Hello,
good old
we haven't
Hector.
seen you in ages. Let
Let's
us
have a
whack
friendly
each other
duel
with
on
swords.
foot, just you and me, to see which of us has the oldest bones. He shows his former companion the blunt weapons they'd be using, but only to the first touché, he adds. Hector and Ulfius prepare for the battle.
I mean,
both quite
raise your hand
excited
if you
to
know
fight
someone
each
who...
other once again.
Raise your hand if you know someone who significant parts of your friendship are based on, we haven't seen you each other in so long, let us whack each other with weapons. Uh-huh. Yeah, Wolfie, you are that friend. Hi, Wolfie, I'm raising my hand because of you. Movement in combat. One hex on foot costs 3, while it costs 1 if you're on horseback. Right click on the hex to move forward. And your combat, click on the hourglass. It's green, so everyone's used everything. Troubadour mode bonus. Click on the white arrow icon to play a quick video on the types of challenges. You can watch a video tutorial whenever you want, or I cannot. Top arrow indicates the type of difficulty, and the challenge's difficulty, which is the total score of your opponent. When you are not the challenge initiator, a total score equal to the challenge difficulty is enough to win it. You can see the calculation of the challenge in real time according to traits, bonuses, and malices of your knight. The credit selected, this value is added to the equation. Traits needed for a challenge are automatically defined by the type of challenge. The value of the traits in the equation depends on those of the knight displayed below. Select the card of your choice and click on the OK button to validate the choice.
As in most role-playing games, Legends of the Round Table uses challenges to resolve situations with uncertain outcomes.
I would rather not. So I can pick any option. Right. So, agility 4, melee 5, no card right now. Bonus, because we have a shield and because we're playing on easy, gives us 15. We have to meet a 16. So just doing that would help us, or we could do a bigger one. We could do a bigger one, which means we won't break our shield. So yes, we're in a position to attack. Attempt to slash to hit our opponent. Difficulty is currently unknown, but, I mean, Ilex aquifolium, so the holly bush, was a Quercus robur, oak tree, Alnus, glutinosa, hops? I think that's hops. Sorbus, acuparia, raspberry? Or wine. 3 maximum points available. Well, let's do an even 20 then. Get wrecked. Success! And I can't actually do anything. I can't actually do anything with that last one, so, Oh, you, Fatigue. Well, let's hit you with largesse. Binding. Binding challenge against Ulvius. Destabilized, Troubadour mode bonus, and another card. Love. Small diameter butted male hauberk became useless. I just rolled him.
Exhausted, the two friends decide to call it quits.
Sorbus, except I got them wrong. Alnus and Alnar, Sorbus is Rowan. Makes sense. I was going halfway off the berries.
Then thanks his friend for the fight.
I was going halfway off the berries, for what they are. Like, some of them are really easy. Ilex with the spiky green leaves with red berries has to be a holly. Quercus is oak. You have to know that that's acorn. And Venus, I mean, yeah, that's grape. That's a grape! Ask how he is.
The old knight is in good condition. But in any case, he will never stop fighting. It is out of the question. He dreams of a glorious death on the battlefield.
Now, the cards are garbage right now, by the way. Prowess, loyalty, prowess, like 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, 3. Real bad. 6 and a 7 I'll take, though. How's the tournament?
It is a great tournament, bustling with activity. Knights from all over the kingdom have come here to face off and take their chances at winning. Ulfius does not much care for King Lot. He thinks Lot will be quick to sow discord if someone other than he pulls the sword from the stone and becomes High King of Britain.
Yep, that's about right. That's just right. Who wouldn't?
The old warrior would certainly like to have a go at it. But he's far less
also out of Malory
about becoming High King of Britain. Whoever takes over Uther's throne
in that after Arthur pulls the sword from the stone and becomes king, his first major enemy is Lot. And then he beats up Lot a little bit and they become the bestest of friends and marries Lot's daughter Guinevere and his Lot's sons Gawain, and I can, aggravate. Will become some of Arthur's most steadfast knights. Alright, to add to the anachronisms, Ector wouldn't be known as Ector to Eleanor, but given this being told to us by her ghost, she said most of a millennium to catch up. Yeah.
Kay and Ector could persuade the Herald to give them a flattering introduction before their battle in the lists. This would make quite an effect and give them a certain advantage.
By the way, shoutouts to I'm old. Agility, fine. Strength, ouch. Sense, ouch. Vigor, ouch. I'm old. Tendency to be inspired by a romantic and courteous love to draw the strength to surpass oneself. Prowess is the character's desire to become ever better throughout their actions and show valor in combat and daily life. Largesse, a great spirit, includes extravagance, generosity, and pomp. Spending without avarice, but also generosity towards opponents and the weak. And loyalty, a willingness to honor one's word and social duties. In Malory, Guinevere is Leodegrance' daughter. Huh. I completely forgot that. I don't actually have a physical edition of Malory right now. I used to have one, and I sold it. And so I'm working off of memory here, so I will get stuff wrong, and I actually very much appreciate someone having a copy right there that they can fact-check me on.
On the other hand, adds old Ulfius with a laugh, it would be wise to have a few pennies in your pocket to be more persuasive.
This sum does not represent the actual wealth of your knights, but simply the spare change they have set aside for discretionary spending. I love this, by the way. I really, really, really love this. Because, you know, the overwhelming majority of wealth in the Middle Ages is not fungible. Coinage, I mean, it's a thing, but it's not hardly the only mode of currency. And so, you know, we are in a display economy. And so, a lot of your actual wealth is tied in land, in livestock, in furnishings, and in weapons and armor. None of which can be freely spent. And so, you know, having coins around there, and in addition, a lot of the time, as you're going around, if you're of a certain social class or higher, you simply don't need money. Like, you don't need cash on hand in the way you do today. Because you'll either call on networked debts. So, hi, I'm your second cousin's best friend. Therefore, you should host me as a guest. At your expense, of course. Well, cool, now you have lodging and food. And, now you didn't have to pay for it. If your host charges you for doing that, they're a bad host and you should report them, to everyone who will listen for being bad and stupid. In return, you know, hey, you hosted me that other time, I hosted you that other time, now you're gonna host me. I was like, yeah, okay, we're gonna absorb that cost too. So these networked familial obligations or negotiated debts and favors are equally valid as a currency across all social classes in the medieval world as actual cash is. And so yeah, cash is just discretionary spending. But if your tax income off your land is like £4 a year, well, that's not translating into piles of silver just lying around. That's turning into a little bit of discretionary cash, and then you're spending the rest of it in other ways. Like, literally social currency. There's a reason medievalists think Pierre Bourdieu is the coolest guy, even though he's kind of old hat among sociologists. It's because Pierre Bourdieu's ideas of political, social, and economic capital are really, really, really effective as tools to describe how medieval obligation worked. Also, food. Food is an enormous expense.
The knight holds back our heroes a moment. I saw a tearful young woman in London, Ulfius says. If you help her, she'll be delighted
if memory serves,
to choose one of you as
for
her
Wrench England to
champion.
be played in Smith's
There's
Eels.
nothing like the prospect of winning a lady's favor to strengthen one's courage.
Shout out to smoked eels. Because yes, you absolutely, if you lived on the riverbank, the odds that you will pay rent in eel is significant. Lee, was it Greenfield? On social media, his handle is always Surprised Eel Historian.
When he hears this, Kay sneers. He does not need a lady to be brave. Ulfius starts laughing. Hector rolls his eyes and then thanks his friend.
Surprise the eel historian. For more eel tax facts. $9 travel on horseback. Probably go get them. After, okay. The manual goes into even more rules. Look, I'm a fan.
Two knights play chess in the shelter of a pavilion.
How
the game
bad
seems
are they
to
at chess?
drag on and on.
Chat, I need you to look at this chess game. What is this position? What are they cooking? It's very early in the game. Yes. But neither of them are attacking the center in any useful form. Like, they're not even pretending. They're not even pretending to control the center. Though, wait, I don't actually know. It looks like, according to this board, the knights and bishops are swapped. And I actually don't know if that's, like, a case where the rules have evolved over time, or if it's just a mistake. But, like, that's a bishop, that's a knight.
An elderly knight greets our hero cheerfully.
Peculiar. Knights must know how to play chess. Absolutely, knights must know how to play chess. Are you kidding me? How else are you supposed to prove that you understand tactics in any substantive capacity?
Dressed in gules and silver crosses, the man says his name is Baldwin. Baldwin is a very pious knight who usually lives like a hermit.
Oh, the art's awesome. Oh, I'm a big fan of the art.
The knight would be lying if he said he was not dying to try it too. He may not have won the day before, but he hopes to make up for it today or tomorrow. Baldwin laughs and says he certainly would never speak ill of King Law.
Speak ill of him.
The knight wishes our hero good day.
Londinium. Change lane. Okay, but what if we did it? What if we kept going this way and talked to more people?
In a pavilion, two knights are loudly talking over each other, arguing who will win the day's fights.
I see. Who's doing push-ups? Bro.
A knight, as strong as an ox and as broadly built, trains intensely. He seems to have enough stamina to continue all day without tiring.
Goodness gracious.
He greets our hero. The man's name is Brastias. He admits he's not much for conversation. Not a big talker, Brastias shares only that he was captain of the Royal Guard before King Uther Pendragon died. King Lot's reputation already speaks for itself.
Yeah, that sums it up.
He sneers. He has nothing else to add.
As you can tell, these knights get along great, and it will be an easy and unproblematic thing in order to make sure unify them all and make sure they all play nice in the royal court.
A man does not need the chimera of a prize at the end of a tournament to make him want to fight. At the end of the conversation, the knight wasn't even out of breath. A king with emaciated, almost razor-sharp features tears apart.
I think we found King Lot, guys.
With a smug look on his face. He does not even deign to look at our hero. Our heroes are excited to see where they will show off their skills. Here is the tournament lists. There is already a knight there, kneeling in prayer.
This looks like this is just like, yeah. So this is just where the tournament is. So let's leave and head. Let's leave and head over to London. You know, the extremely important town in the 500s. London. Say, Maraxa, you wanted vague, like, vaguely sort of, prehistoric ancient vibes spaces? I got you, fam. I got you, fam. Would it not be Londinium at that time? It is Londinium at that time. It's just that that's not really that important of a city. And it's becoming rapidly less important in the 400s and 500s.
Amazed, our knights passed the majestic gate to London, the largest town in all of Britain.
In the 1300s, 1200s or 1300s, absolutely. But, you prefer Winchester or Wheatonchester? I prefer Eberacum. Eberacum's a fun city. I highly recommend it.
Behind a stall selling rare and precious fabrics,
Winchester is Camelot.
Merchant with a broad smile greets our knight. The merchant, named Basil, sells the most beautiful and fine products.
But yes, Exeter, Winchester, York, Leicester. All of these are like at least competing with London, if not just more important than London in like post-Roman Britain. We have a Byzantine. We do have a Greek.
The man first shows muslin and camlet, and then various silk fabrics: alpine, pale, cycloton, osterine, sandal, samite, and more. Though the names are too many for our hero to remember, he's dazzled by the fabric's colors, textures, and sheen. Basil is delighted to be selling his wares in London. The tournament brings people from all over the country, and this is very good for business. He misses
what did Bro do that he ends up in the backwater like Britain?
Britain is an enchanting land. Basil hopes our knight will come back to his shop before the end of the tournament.
Like, what did Bro do that he ended up stuck in Britain? God, you could be selling stuff in Cordova right now. Like, goodness gracious. You could be in Rome, or Cordova, or Toledo, or Lyon, or Alexandria, and you're stuck in London? Like, tough break, dude. Bird. They're smooching. Maybe we should leave them to their smooching. It's rude to interrupt, you know?
Our heroes spot a very young lady sobbing her heart out. The sleeves of
We
her
cannot
pretty
pet the
blue
bird.
dress
This game is
have been
officially
torn
worse than
off.
the killing stuff.
Kay laughs at her, but Arthur says nothing. In the end,
Okay, you suck.
it is Hector who comforts the girl.
Hey, look, in classic, Malory, post-Malory, Kay kinda sucks in these early
Her
ones.
eyes full
This
of
man
tears,
ain't
she
Ultraman.
says, Sire, I am so ashamed for you to see me in such a state. My name is Neris, and from now on, I will also be known as the damsel with the short sleeves.
It's high fashion. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, miss. You're going to be fine. Look, short sleeves and big wimples. They're going to come into style. Trust.
It is the fault of her older sister, Carenza, who tore off her sleeves. She could not stand it when I made the teeniest criticism of her bow, the so-called proud and magnificent Meliant of Lys, says the damsel, grimacing. Neris and her sister, Carenza, have come with their father, Sir Thibaut of Tintagel, who is now resting from yesterday's duels. Young lady with the short sleeves will not soon forget how her sister has wronged her. The odious girl is only interested in Meliant, as if he were the best knight in the world, which is far from the case, she adds, wrinkling her nose. All the knights are going crazy over this sword. Whoever pulls it out will be the most powerful
Not
man
Thibaut,
in
not
Britain.
Dibble. Completely different name.
She'll gladly accept Hector as her champion if he can find her precious sleeves.
Okie
The
dokie.
young lady smiles. If Sir Hector could, she would be truly delighted, and her heart would be soothed. The damsel invites her.
Okay, we'll come talk to you later. Well, look at that man go.
Our knight looks for the sleeves of the younger lady, and he finds them at the bottom of the pool. But they are in terrible condition.
Yeah, they're kinda soaked. Transfer an item to another knight. Quest items appear in the quest items inventory. Click on the corresponding button to show this menu when you need it. Transfer to another knight. All quest items are transferable to other knights. This is... Why not? How do I do that? Where are my other knights? Like, I assumed that would be how I do it. Eh? Like, left click and drag it to who the other knight is. What? Damsel with the short sleeves is a Chrétien special. Oh, it's from Parsifal. Makes sense. Thank you. Following the advice he gave, Thibaut told the strong and brave to arm themselves and henceforth those who wished might issue forth. Overjoyed were all those knights and the squires quick as they might ran for horses, saddles, armor. The ladies and the maids of honor went to the loftiest place, thereby to watch the tournament on high, and saw below them in the field Gawain's baggy shirt field. She thought at first there might be 7 knights there in company, for 7 shields they could see hung on the branches of the tree. Or in some auspicious star that shone upon them from afar, they thought of themselves as 7 knights before their eyes were set to fight. Some of the lords thought so too, but others took a different view, saying, by God, sire, that knight has enough arms and gear. He might equip a band of 7, and yet there is none other with him yet. What will he do with 7 shields? I was ever seen the field carrying 7 shields together. Wouldn't we take it for a wonder if one knight were to bear I own those 7 shields and all alone? Talking of the strange sight, the knights issued forth to fight. While Thibaut's oldest daughter climbed the stairs of the tower, she brought about the tournament. The younger with her sister was, who wore her sleeves so nicely, with such an narrow fit that she was called the girl with little sleeves. So attacked to the arm each to cleave, and with Thibaut's 2 daughters went the ladies and the maids together up to the heights of the tower. Before the castle at that hour did the tournament assemble, and there was none to resemble Merlin at the least in handsomeness, so that his love room bore witness, saying to all those about her, in truth, ladies, I have never before to you wished that Lycia and knights please the eye as much as Merlin at the least. A solace and a delight to see him, is it not, so fine a knight? For he must sit his mount and ride and carry well his shield and lance, who not so handsomely advance. But your sister there beside her said there was one handsomer, and the elder was angry, so she rose to strike the girl a blow. The lady sought to detain her, and then to openly restrain her from thus attacking her sister, though angrier did you, or rend. Yep. Come on. Thibaut set his daughter too upon his palfrey and this done, and asked how the quarrel had begun. Also, why did you slide over? Hang on. Hang on. What are you doing? Got it. Run you OBS hotkeys, how dare you troll me like this? There we go. We're back. We're so good. Don't worry about it. Daughter, I decree. I declared sorry for my sister's fault, declared our assault that Merlin at least the best of all knights and handsomest. Look down there below in the field was that knight, and so I could keep from telling her that on the contrary down there one fairer than him could be seen. And for that true thing I have been called a wretch and slapped hard, and cursed be all who think that fair. To let my brains both be sheared right to my native, if feared that quite hideous would I be if they were to do all that to me. Tomorrow the tourney that night amidst the melee might do for Merlin at the least, though the cries would cease, my sister is borne away, for she's allotted him this day. The Lord said, daughter, I decree that the token to him in courtesy you shall send, a sleeve, maybe. She answered to him in naivety, willingly if you tell me so, but my sleeves are so narrow I wouldn't dare to send him one, the worse than to send him none, for he value it not a whit. Better let me think on it, said her father, now say not, for such readily may be sought. And so conversing, clasping her in her arms, he bore her further and found solace in her the more. Thus they came to the palace door, when her elder sister saw her, saw how he embraced her sister, she was angry to the very heart. There we go. Just one by taking it back. Princess Sam might heed no laugh, the ball was drawn from a coffer, and he had made for his daughter a sleeve that was both long and white. Following his youngest to his side, she said, now daughter, in the morning you must make your way at dawn to the knight, ere he choose to go. Give him this sleeve, for love, so he will bear to the tournament, since the journey he doth consent. And then Gawain goes and beats up people. Because that's how stories about Gawain usually go. Gawain goes and beats up people. Why can I not transfer this? I'm supposed to be able to transfer this, aren't I? yeah, no, please. Taking the background is absolutely valid and fair and fine. Controls. Moving around, group leader, changing lanes, interact with environment. Great battles, special rules. Those are all complicated. Cards, game loop, group cohesion, combat's magic. Those aren't helpful. None of those are helpful.
Two guards block the path. Halt there, says one with authority. No one may go further. Their stern, unsympathetic faces show that they do not feel like chatting.
Fine. Again, why will not let me... Oh. Why will not let me do this? Could we take this, left click? There's so many options, so many things here. Again, I would love if Hector could give this to... I would love if he could give this to... literally anyone else. Uh-huh. Cool. Doesn't help. This is obnoxious. But
the Byzantine merchant is delighted to see our hero, whom, once again, he greets at. The merchant examines the two pieces of fabric with a vexed look. Sire, he says, what happened to such beautiful sleeves? But fine, I will take care of them. It will cost you nothing, only...
You're about to place a persuasion challenge. Each dialogue choice corresponds to a knight fortune. After you select a dialogue choice, you can only play cards from this
To persuade someone,
stop it.
Your knight...
Okay. Prowess. Prowess is my best option. Some challenges allow you to change who your knight is. Wow, grace trading. But Arthur, with five grace, is a great choice
Hands
to do
on
that.
hips, the merchant hears our hero out before answering with his own arguments. And then, before our knight has said another word, Basil accepts.
Ask if he can clean and repair the sleeves of the
The
reduced
merchant
of
works
30.
fast and well. He repairs the loose seams and swiftly
I love it. We
cleans
traded
the
a 6
sleeves
for a 12.
before drying them over the fire. They are now in incredible condition and look like new.
Yippee!
Basil
Thank you,
hopes
Basil. Talk to the relevant character in order to do stuff. Anyway, what's this card? Oh, it doesn't say. Won't let me say. Hello. On behalf of Circe, we're able to do stuff.
Nerys, still sorrowful,
for the
The young girl wipes tears from her eyes. What joy the sight of these immaculate sleeves brings her.
Imagine not
Despite her
being
sister,
Gawain.
and to show her gratitude to Hector, Neris happily agrees to let Hector be her champion. Hector laughs kindly. She's far too young to be his beloved. Yet he is a courteous man, so he willingly agrees to defend the damsel's honor. And so she entrusts him with one of her precious sleeves. The damsel invites our hero to come and talk with her whenever he likes.
Correct. Equip character sheet. Then we go over... Come on, where's the... Okay, we just had to click on it. Beautiful. And then we wear the sleeve, and that solves our problem. Look at too many images from the work of Alfonso X, looking at chess depictions. Ooh, if you do find anything, let me know.
Two young people, a noble damsel and a gallant knight, hold hands,
But some depictions
oblivious
of
to
the
the
knight seem to
world
be in the
around
wrong
them.
spot, and others rather
Their
positioned as we
eyes
know it.
glow with passion,
Fascinating.
as if awakened from a dream. The damsel and the knight slowly greet our heroes. The damsel's name is Carenza, and the knight is Millient of Liss.
Yeah.
Since meeting this brave and handsome knight,
Okay,
the young
but, like,
lady
he
has
didn't
never
win the
been
first day.
happier.
Okay, but
Millient
Elliot
is so
lost the
strong.
first day to Lot.
No competitor should dare claim they will win the tournament. He is the happiest man on earth, he says, and his beloved is the
How dare you.
ravishing Carenza.
I have a 12 card.
He cannot wait to snatch victory from Hector and Kay. No offense, he says confidently. Carenza boasts of the strength and depth of her love for Millient. She then recounts their first meeting by the fountain in London's wealthy district. Our hero sees it's hard to stop her once she gets started on this topic.
I see what you mean about it being difficult. Yeah, like in this one, it's quite clearly that's a knight, that's a bishop, and they're in their right spots. Because that's a Hans. Look at that Hans. And so that's got them in the right order. But that seems to... What the heck happened in this game? I have questions. Right, just looking at the board positions, like I am not good at chess, I am quite bad at chess. But I do have questions. Like things we would consider basic play right now are just like really not happening. I mean, I don't even fully know what piece this is supposed to be, because if this is what our bishops look like, well, that's not a bishop. There's gotta be one, like, up near the start that has a decent image, right? Hey, there we go. The board's set up as it is at the beginning. Hello, bench dude. And it is in the correct order. But I still don't know then who's the, like, looks like a pawn but with a fleur-de-lis on the crowd instead of just an orb. I don't know who that is. Yeah, okay. What the hell is this position? Chad, are you looking at this? Are you seeing the same position I am? Hi, yes, let's stagger all of our pawns forward awkwardly. So that we have gigantic gaps in our defenses. Like, that guy's just actually, Queen defends that guy. That guy's hanging. That guy's dubious. We haven't developed... Our bishop's... one bishop's good. The other bishop's just so screwed. This bishop's having a real bad day. This bishop's having an incredibly bad day. This bishop can't do anything because he gets driven out by literally any pawn. So like that's like the only square you can develop him to. I think they may have been bad at this game, chat. Hello, Parishioner. How did you get both knights stuck on the edge of the board? This knight literally can't... Chat, this is a chess stream now. I have so many questions. How? How? Black also made more moves than white in the last one? Yeah, I did notice. Unless, maybe white just spent time shuffling pieces like it's Martin. Like, Martin bought hard carrying. Just randomly shuffling pieces in order to waste turns for no particularly known reason. But like literally how do this is like genuinely an impossible situation. How did you get the black pawn past the white pawn on the same file? One assumes that this is actually the queen's pawn. Someone got sacked? But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, there have been a couple of lost pieces. But, like, how? I mean, black has not lost a pawn yet. All 8 pawns are intact. So, the dark square bishop got sacked for no discernible benefit to result in this position. Ray, we got distracted by a chessboard because the game had a chessboard where the knights and bishops were flipped, and so we needed to look up medieval depictions of chess. And now I'm distracted by how atrocious these chessboards are. Anyway, what I would recommend doing is just promote to a queen right here. Because then rook has to capture, you capture, promote with the pawn, and then you just obliterate the bishops. Since this king is, the king here... Yeah, that is the king. The king is just gargantuanly screwed. This king has never been more screwed. So... Or you could do a really funny discover checkmate. Scooch back. I think that's checkmate in 2. Right? Assuming this is the queen and not this is the queen, then you move on to this file. He'll move pawn forward, but you don't give a shit about that. You do that, and then you move the rook back 1, and it's checkmate. My 600 elo asset would beat all these guys. What happened on this board? This... White, what did you do? Where is your king? White's cheating, chat. White's cheating so hard. Hey chat, let's play spot the king. That's a pawn. That's a rook. That's a knight. That's also a knight. That's also a rook. White appears to have no other pieces on the board. White's cheating! Incredible. This is incredible content. Anyway, if anyone can read Middle Spanish, please explain to me what's going on. Please screenshot this and explain to me what's going on here. Because that ain't me.
Carranza is a blessing. He would do anything for her. Plus, she whets his appetite for victory and glory.
Yeah. Victory, glory, yada yada.
Young lady is all too eager for Merlin to withdraw the sword and be crowned High King of Britain. She's already imagining herself queen of this land. Merlin thinks he has a good chance of pulling the sword from the stone. He is young, strong, courageous, and handsome too. He thinks Britain would have much to gain if he became High King.
Is that the only appetite? Well, because
While Merlin mumbles goodbye to our hero, Carranza has already forgotten.
What's our quest log look like? I have new sleeves made, doesn't matter, we found the old ones, I gave them back. Fight. So it's time for us to go do a fight, it looks like. We could talk to the Herald again. So yeah, there's our chessboard. The chessboard is very strange. And also, that's a spectacular, that's an odd opening. Oh, he's gone.
Nothing can be done over there. Kay and Hector have come to take part in the tournament.
Okay, but
being held inside.
what about the triathlon? Triathlon loading screens, though. I wanna make Maraxa specifically suffer. Did you ever think of that video game? Well, I have other motives other than advancing the plot.
Elias waits for our knight's signal to announce the next battle. Aguisance and Million also stand ready. Emphatically and poetically, the herald proclaims how Aguisance has accomplished such
should have probably
fine
talked to the herald
feats
sooner.
thanks to his ardor and daring. He also introduces Million of Liss, whose strength is well proven. Then it is Hector and Kay's turn. Though Elias praises the experience of the first and the ardor of the second, our knights feel he could have presented them better. Alas, Arthur lost Kay's sword. Kay spitefully accuses his brother of being a bad squire. It's impossible for him to fight without his trusted sword. So now, here he is, stuck on the sidelines. Fortunately, Orpheus arrives to fight alongside Hector.
For certain combats, you'll have to take on an initiative challenge to determine which side will start. Let's burn one of our really crappy cards. I'm just saying. Let me burn one of these really, really bad cards so we can get some. Ugh, that wasn't better. Click on who we want to examine. Changing the active knight. You can change the active knight with during your combat turn. Make sure we've done enough. Charges can do all sorts of stuff, but we can't exactly reach them. So no wounds. Level 3. How are you? Orpheus is apparently quite strong. Aim to charge. Well, alright, let's do. That's what I thought. Kind of an odd choice. But there's very little point to me actually doing that. Because, like, I don't seem to be able to actually attack anyone. So you'll just head up one square, so I should be able to do stuff next time. Faces a counter charge against Merlin to this. An odd total. A counter charge if an enemy charges you while your last counter shall face a counter charge. You may either inflict or suffer injuries. So do try and get the best score. Okay. Roll. Initiates a mercy challenge from Meliant. Well, I can burn a loyalty. I can burn one of these crappy cards on this challenge in order to get a 12. Do you just get a giga? Wow, he just got one shot for no particular benefit. Faces a charge challenge against you, which means I'm going to win. What are our plans here, by the way? Sambucus, Racamosa. I don't actually know what Sambucus is. Elderberry. Oh. Neat. Your father smells of elderberries? Grail cards have a random value between 14 and 24. You won't know their exact value until after you confirm the challenge. Okay, but 25. Oh, Alpheus' last shattered. Additionally, the mail became wrecked. Okie doke. We'll couch our last real quick, and then we will just end. Oh, stop it. I didn't want to do that. I'm literally just going to give you the option. I actually just want to let you have a mercy challenge. Well, we just absolutely dumpstered them. Shoutouts to Merlin for getting demolished. Shoutouts to Kay for being salty about it.
Our knights fought with fabulous power and speed. How beautiful to see such a duel. Spectators were awed to watch young knights defeated by two older warriors. Elias proclaims Alpheus and Hector victorious. Kay will have one last chance to shine. The next tournament will pit Kay and Bodwin against Orion and Brastias. But for now, those who have just fought should go and rest.
We need to clear out these bad cards.
Red with rage, orders his brother to find him a sword, and fast. Feeling ashamed, Arthur only has himself.
Look at this sad little ginger. Okay.
The triumphant damsel leaps for joy. Hector really put up a good fight. His victory has fully restored her honor.
There's also Chrétien, this is from American and Need, but decently popular later. Yeah.
She exclaims. Carenza must be at her beloved's bedside, tending his wounds and his self-esteem. Nere's tinkling love rises softly. Nereus opens.
Okay.
The damsel invites our...
Look, I'm real desperate here. I'd do anything for a sword. I'd do so many things if I could just get a sword. Hello.
A little wary and... Brastias...
Oh.
The night.
Okay. Goodbye. Sorry, Kay.
Kay cannot grasp how Arthur could have made such a blunder. If the sword was forgotten at their last stop before London, it would take too long to go fetch it and be back for the next fight.
It's supposed to be the 7th best knight. After Gawain, Eric, Lancelot, Cornemont, the Handsome Coward, and the Ugly Brave. Yeah, no, that sounds right. Which, hey, 7 out of 50 ain't bad. You know? 7 out of 50 ain't bad.
The Byzantine merchant is... Arthur is not lucky. The tournament blacksmith could have helped him. But Basil is sorry to report the man is very ill today.
Man.
Basil hope.
What are we gonna do without a blacksmith? There's no other options available to us.
The two guards stop our hero.
Man. Okay. Let me go wander about in the woods. I'm sure nothing bad will happen from wandering about in the woods looking for swords. Try to raise your hand if anything bad has happened to you while you're wandering about in the woods looking for a sword. That's what I thought. Nobody. See ya. This is a flawless strategy where nothing bad could possibly happen. Swords find misty woodlands are no system of
on the outskirts of London, a moor grows full of wild weeds.
I disagree.
And the
I think it's a
ancient
flawless
Roman
system.
road runs through it.
I think it sounds like a flawless system. Let me prove it to you. Hey look, it's a dolmen.
This oak tree's boughs reach high into the sky. The broad trunk has a solid wooden door. Someone lives here.
Hey look. It's a circle of megaliths. Hey look. I got nothing. Surprise omen?
Arthur knocks, and the door opens. He climbs a long staircase, spiraling up into the darkness of the trunk.
And by the way, the reason why Ogham, obviously, is because Merlin brought Stonehenge over from Ireland after stealing it from giants. Hence Ogham. No, the giants were gone. The Irish were there. Shh. The giants made it. He stole it from them. And whether or not they happen to be dead or not on the way is neither here nor there. There's also a Triskelion behind the fire. Hi. Why are there so many feathers?
The inside of the oak tree looks more like a nest than the home. There are natural elements all around. Stones, painted or engraved driftwood, mistletoe over the hearth, and above all, a prodigious quantity of feathers. An old, sickly-looking man with a humped back greets our hero in a weak voice. He's peeling lopsided, yellowish tubers. Welcome to my esprimoire, young squire, says the old man in a hoarse but warm voice. My name is Leonard.
Yes. I'm calling you Joseph fake name. Cousin of Stacy fake name.
Leonard sighs and replies plaintively that his back hurts so much and he has so much rheumatism. Oh, indeed, every day is an ordeal. He does not think he will be around much longer.
Uh-huh.
The old man smiles and says, "It's an extremely precious tuber. I brought it back from a long voyage across the sea. It looks like an apple, but it grows underground."
Yeah, he has a potato.
I had the idea this morning to try frying them.
It's a pomme de terre! Look, if anyone has anachronistic lampshade of potatoes, it's definitely Merlin. He found them when he was hanging out with his buddy Brendan.
Leonard will help Arthur, provided the young man can find him some mandrake root. The old man needs the plant's juice to treat his aching back. He also warns our hero. The mandrake will howl and curse the person who pulls it out of the ground. It is said that, rather than doing it yourself, you can make an animal pull it out. This plant has human-shaped roots and is male or female. It is born from the seed of the hanged. It is used as an aphrodisiac, an antivenom, and a painkiller. Arthur says goodbye, but when the old man says, Arthur repeats his words of farewell.
Okay. Let's go bully a mandrake. Which the lore in the game here is actually correct. Like, this is how that works. In that there's a mandrake, and it's bad news if you pull it out. So instead of doing that,
a dead yew tree, stripped of its needles, looms ominously. It is the hanging tree of London. A mangy, stray dog tirelessly scratches at the ground.
Instead of that, you can really ruin a doggo's day.
This rope will be perfect for uprooting the mandrake, once tied to both the plant Using the rope, Arthur approaches the dog, who's...
Calm the dog. Difficulty of 12? Well, we can use one of these to do it. A domestication challenge. Look at this. Look at this knight pretending he's Francis of Assisi. Look at this. He thinks, this bro really thinks he's St. Francis.
With firm, stern words, Arthur coaxes the dog into letting him approach. Our hero slips the rope around its neck and ties the other end to the mandrake.
Also, this is from the Luttrell. This is inspired by the Luttrell Psalter. Right, the aesthetics of this particular book is quite obviously from the Luttrell Psalter. No one knows those weird guys quite like the Luttrell Psalter does. Made in the 14th century. In other words, chat, can we get a pog? Because that is also from the Luttrell Psalter, and is therefore maximally on vibe. Luttrell Psalter is amazing. Like, the amount of oomph on this that it has is really something special. Right? The quality of pigments, extremely, extremely high. The quality of decoration, extremely, extremely high. The complete insanity of the stuff, unbeatable. Immaculate. Complete vibes. Look at all the chimeras, all the weird doodads, all the fun stuff. Anyway, so the story for Merlin stealing Stonehenge from Ireland. Aurelius Ambrosius wants a cool monument to honor the dead nobles of Britain, one with them having been killed off by Hengist and Torsa. He asks all the smart people in Britain how to do it, none of them know. So Prox Merlin explained that the best materials are to be found in a monument of stone in Ireland by the name of the Giant Stance, built using stones from farthest Africa. The stones have healing properties. If you throw water on them, then bathe in the water. It's not for the benefit of the magical properties, but it really sends his younger brother Uther to go get them. It's because it's good stone. He beats up the Irish, but it's too heavy to move them. But Uther can't move them because they're big. So Merlin magics them to Wiltshire.
He whistles, and the dog runs off at full speed, pulling out the magic plant, which screams a terrible curse at the dog that runs away as if the devil himself were on its heels.
Hey, that's a good squirrel right there.
Arthur retrieves the mandrake that has finally stopped squealing.
That's a good squirrel. Anyway. That is actual lore about mandrakes from various stories such as the Marvels of the East. And yeah. You just make dogs have very bad days because medieval people were generally not dog people. Oh good, you found Josephus' account on uprooting such things. Phenomenal. Right at the end of the page. Yep. Phenomenal. Within this place there grew a sort of rue that deserves our wonder on account of its largeness, frozen no way inferior to a fig tree whatsoever, either in height or in thickness, and therefore it has lasted ever since the times of Herod. Probably would have lasted other stuff. Probably would have lasted much longer, not been cut down by those Jews who took possession of the place afterwards, but still in the valley which encompasses, let's say on the north side, there's a certain place called Barras, which produces a root of the same name with itself. Its color is like that of flame, and towards the evening it sends out a ray like lightning. It is not easily taken by such as would do it, but recedes from their hands, nor will yield itself to be taken quietly until either the urine of a woman or the menstrual blood be poured upon it. Nay, even then is certain death to those that touch it, unless anyone taken hang the root itself down from his hand and so carry it away. It may be taken another way without danger, which is this. They dig a trench quite round about it till the hidden part of the root be very small. They then tie a dog to it, and then when the dog tries hard to follow him that tied him, this root is easily plucked up, but the dog dies immediately, as if it were instead of the man that would take the plant away. Nor after this need anyone be afraid of taking it into their hands. Yet after all the pains in getting it, it's only valuable on account of the one virtue it has, that if it is only brought to sick persons, it quickly drives away those called demons, which are none other than the spirits of the wicked that enter into men that are alive and kill them unless they can obtain some help against them. You just abuse the fact that it's a good doggo.
The door closes. The old man is delighted. To thank our hero, he gives him a grimoire and a purse full of pebbles. Use the inscription inside to enchant the purse. Set with a wink, he adds that there is indeed a sword along the way, beyond the 2 guards posted in front of the stone enclosure inside London.
We've acquired a spell! The Grimoire Spell allows you to create general and quest spells. Once created, general spells can be used at any time, while quest spells can be used in specific contexts. Quest spells may be acquired during adventures. Click on the button in the quest spell category. Create a spell, find the correct card combination by solving the riddle of the formula. Each card of your deck refers to a chivalrous virtue which corresponds to a season of the year. Grail cards are wild. Well, Rowan and, Willow? Yay! Illusion. Acquire this quest spell.
When Arthur casts the spell,
Yeah. We illusioned it into things, then we also got rid of 2 bad cards. So, the goal at this point is to not use cards. Okay? Because a 7, 8, 12 Grail and Grail is awfully good. That's a solid hand. And so I'd really prefer to not have to use them until we get into another fight and can use it to just absolutely bully people. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, everyone... Use an ether, but I only have 47! No. I don't think I will. I think I shall hoard them forever.
The two guards stop our hero again. The guards open their eyes wide and pounce on the purse. Consumed with greed, they are too busy fighting over how to divide the gemstones to pay Arthur any mind.
Did I help Merlin? No, I helped Linnerm. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Among the silence and the
Joseph
cold,
Fekdame.
a sword rises up from the stone. Is that not the prize
Can't possibly
for the
be Merlin.
tournament?
Anyway, quicunque de petra gladium cepecit or ceperet rex crit. Yoink. Anyway, in a small bit of actually correctness, that's St. Paul's Cathedral, but it is the Gothic Cathedral, not the current one.
Approach the rock to seize the sword, for water and...
You, what have you done? Cries an angry voice to the terrified Arthur. Get out of here, you beardless squire. Do you think you are the next High King? Lot mocks Arthur, shoving him out of the way. He, one of the top knights, just cannot bring himself to give up. He yanks on the hilt of the sword, but it will not...
What is the pommel on Lot's sword?
Drawn to the scene, a crowd gathers. Observed by so many knights, Lot finally gives in.
Look at the hilt on these swords, or the pommel on these swords.
Arthur approaches the sword.
Now they see the sword they gleaming, the crowd all silent and trembling, with wonderment in all they gaze, for Lot is so virulent.
Hey, look. Hey, look, sleeves.
Arthur cries a voice so old, the day has come just as foretold, and now take the sword, for you are the one. You are Uther and I grandson. By my own hand, you are the true heir. So does Merlin
Glory increased by 12.
declare.
Vocation level. My new job. I am king. Lot looks unhappy about this. The coronation took place in the Cathedral of London the following day. After being proclaimed High King of Britain, Arthur did not forget his brother and appointed him seneschal. A great feast was held, and so the High King came to tour his kingdom, visiting the city and meeting his subjects. For days on end, barons and ladies, buoyed by jubilation and hope, came to pay their respects to the High King. But some of the nobles who were sent gifts from Arthur insulted both the messenger and the High King himself. After the incident, the rebellious barons and kings led by Lot of Orkney challenged Arthur's authority, defending him openly. The High King had to come to the aid of Leodegrance, king of Carmelides, whose castle was under siege by King Rience. After the battle had been won, the High King was resting in Leodegrance's castle when he met his host's daughter, the beautiful Guinevere. He fell in love with her at first sight and asked for her hand in marriage. The young woman agreed, and Leodegrance gave them his blessing. Sensing new trouble would soon break out, the High King hastened to Caerleon, where he set up court. What about the tournament? What about the tournament? This is full Malory. Yeah, this is just summarizing Malory. which is awesome. But yeah, I mean, we did kind of steal the prize. There's no point in having a tournament if there's no prize at the end. So, summary allows you to see the state of the knights at the end of an adventure, as well as individual and collective earnings. When you earn quest items that can be assigned to your knight of your choice, click on the item's arrow to change its owner. Okay, I think you're gonna need all the help you can get. I'm gonna be so real. Year 513. In the 3 years following the coronation, the rebel barons rallied around a common goal to gather as many troops as they could under Lord of Orkney's command. By 513, battalions filled the countryside around Caerleon. To counter the threat, Arthur gathered a group of loyal and deserving knights, with Merlin the magician standing by, ready to lend them a hand. That's the problem with society today. Without swords magically put in stone, there's no upward mobility. You think women lying around the swords is a basis for a system of government? The group now has 9 members. Since Arthur takes part in them personally, great battles are as important as they are dangerous. Should the king die, your legend would come to an end. The number of troops in your army is determined by the number of glory points you have amassed in previous adventures. You now have 12 of 12 possible glory points, so your army is at its maximum strength. The High King's men now face off against the army of treacherous barons led by King Lot. At stake here is Arthur's rightful place on the throne. Okay, look at how goofy these helms are. I adore them. I adore them so much. This guy just wants to lend you a hand. This guy's, I think, is just Scooby-Doo. So. First step in a great battle, assign each of your lieutenants to divisions within your army. Your army is divided into 3 battalions, vanguard, center, and rearguard. Each battalion has a knight, a pike, and an archer, for a total of 9 divisions. Select commander, select a division, except Arthur's, who can't be changed. It's usually best to put your greatest knights in the front row, while also having at least one good knight in every subsequent row. Isn't that K? Isn't K Keyman? Yeah, that's what I thought. To assign a commander, select division, except for Arthur's, which cannot be changed. To change the commander, click on the knight of your choice in the list. Can I examine these guys though? Like, I don't actually know who. I have no idea who's good among this set. I know Ulfius is good, that's not true. Alright. Leodegrance, he's old. But he has a crap ton of authority. Ulfius is old. But he's really good at cavalry, really good at melee, really good at strategy. Kay has big raw stats, but really bad vocational skills. Bedivere has a hand. That makes sense. That makes sense. Bodwin. Bodwin's quite good. Brastius, also in many ways quite good. I mean, I don't think any of my knights are bad here. Okay, Urian is really good at courtesy. That's really important to know. No, why would I? Oh, I want this one. I want Ulfius up there. Okay, you gotta be kind of wherever, you know? Anyway, I'm happy with it. I think it's good. Fighters on both sides are eager to jump into the fray. Then the alarm sounds of the east, riding from the fog. Siege weapons led by Baron L'Apre have been spotted. The sight of these devices, designed to breach Caerleon's defenses, causes a panic among Arthur's troops. Arthur orders an emissary to be sent as soon as possible to try and convince Barant to renounce his support. Sir Urian! Man, I have to do all sorts of complicated things. That's fine. I suppose I can't. I do need to at least use a prowess in order to do that. That's fine. Success! We got another Grail card out of it. Look at us go. Soon he arrives at the camp of lost reinforcements. He uses a gesture of peace to show he's an emissary. The king of the 100 Knights instructs our knight to state his business. Authority and strategy. Authority and subterfuge. Don't think I have subterfuge, do I? Unless that's supposed to be courtesy as well. But authority and strategy is already pretty good. And loyalty. Barons, I beg you to remember that Arthur is the rightful king, for he pulled the sword from the stone in accordance with Merlin's prophecy. In the name of your loyalty to the realm of Logres, I call upon you to withdraw. And let's just burn it. Let's just get a 27 on that. You know? Powerful king listens and appears increasingly troubled. His silence becomes oppressive. Sir Urian is sure all is lost when Barant finally applies. Very well, I will not have my glorious knights attack, tell Arthur, and by the grace of God be victorious. You just earned a battle point. These points indicate the general progress of the battle. At 0 points, the outcome of the battle is uncertain. The more battle points you have, the more the battle turns in your favor. Before the battle, Arthur brandishes the Sword of Kings. It shines so brightly as though 30 torches had been lit that all of the enemies take fright. The armies face each other on a muggy late summer order. Arthur can't wait for the battle to begin. He has to prepare the first charge, led by his knights who will fight Lot's followers. Urian, go! You wish to manage the battle to yourself or entrust the decision to your lieutenant? Oh. Be careful though, if you fail it, they may be injured, dead, or otherwise in trouble. I mean, am I able to see how it goes? Military strategy is sense and strategy, which would be a 10. Or we manage the battle ourselves. We manage the battle ourselves. A strategy challenge. A 24. Nice. And we got a better... Scouts have warned Sir Ulfius there are water holes to the east. Our lieutenant takes advantage of the situation, sending his knights out of safe damage to draw them into the trap. They're cornered and their mounts are already exhausted. All the have to do is catch a glimpse of his banner and they throw themselves into the fray. It is my turn. Each engagement you fight in the great battles have a major impact on what happens next. If you eliminate or force the enemy to retreat while keeping half or more of your troops, the combat will be a decisive victory and you will earn 2 battle points. manage to eliminate the enemy unit or force it to retreat with half, you'll get a battle point. If you lose, it's the opposite way. If you eliminate or ransom the opponent's lieutenant, you'll earn an additional battle point. If we surrender or are captured, we lose one. So tell me what your vibe is. Brandagoras. And then just kind of guys, I assume? Yeah, they're just kind of guys. How are our guys? They're about even. Cool. Nothing whelming about them. Okie doke. So how many squares are we? Like 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. I think they just literally can't reach us, but I think we just kind of walk forward slowly to make sure that they can't, you know? Like, I think we just kind of hold formation and we just sort of start with a slow canter. So that way we can really mess them up when they walk in. We can literally go, like, weird swingy things if we need to. See? He's 1 square away from being able to do anything. Which is exactly what I hoped he would be. Because now we do a crisscross pattern. Because watch this. Now we can literally do a fun crisscross pattern. 1. Because we take, oh, this guy. Nope. This guy. 1, 2, 3. And we can just do a cross charge. And we do a... Where's our charge? There we go. Charge! Against you. Okie doke. We want an even, so we wanna just hit that 28. Steed attack challenge. We hit that 24. And a major wound on the steed. Remember spells? Ooh. What spells do I have? Prophecy allows to see and modify the same value from different seasons. Well, that's not actually that helpful. I'm going to be honest. Not when I have Grail cards. Hi, Karabachi! This was actually the wrong way around. I shouldn't have done that. Wait, why can I not attack? Oh, because I'm in spells. Honor points lost by the knight are attracted. Yup. Yup. I don't think I need to do anything on that, I'm going to be honest. My lance will break. I don't have a way to stop that, though. But, yep. I hit the steed again. I think I may have just killed his horse. Like, that's double major wounds. So, yeah. Oops. He, got kind of rolled. Now, the trick is Ulfius can't actually do anything right now, so we're not going to worry about him. We're just going to gum up the space, so that way he can't do anything, even if he wanted to. Interesting maneuver. To walk forward and back and forward. 3 times. Happy Easter to you too, Karabachi. that is certainly a play. These guys definitely moved. Those guys definitely, played the video game. Equip a sword. It will be difficult to succeed in the Squire challenge in these conditions. It would be wise to equip yourself with a sword. I should probably just back up, actually. Now, Ulvius can ride on in. And can now lance charge the other knight. And screw it! We'll just grail card him. So we just roll with a third. Which, yeah, just obliterated him. Fully just obliterated that guy. Good job. Let's just hit you with a 30, you know? Which is 6 to the head, deadly wound. He's dead as well. And you just thrust attack for a 26. And we still have 3 grail cards up. So 6 to the right arm, which is lethal. And then we capture that horse. And that's all we've got. Brandagor starts the retreat and will be removed from battle. We gain 2 battle points. They beat back the daring enemy fighters. The successful charge marks a considerable breakthrough in the already thinning ranks of the enemy. I love the small changes that are happening here, by the way. Like, yes, that's technically one of our guys. We lost, like, 3 dudes here, and a couple of pikemen. But look at the small changes that are happening across the board there. On the heels of this well-executed defensive, the High King Arthur intends to take advantage of the unrest spreading through the ranks. The pikemen will soon take over against Lot's followers. We're at the second assault. The current assault is indicated in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. A battle can be shortened if the battle points reach the rout or decisive victory threshold, which we are 1 away from. Fight with the 116 center pikemen, or the set led by Leodegrance. I think we send Bedivir's guys in. Do you wish to manage them to ourselves? No. Strategy. We can get rid of our sailors, our little 4 card. Big black rain-soaked clouds. Follow them to Clayfield Valley. They are exhausted before they even begin. Dreaming of Infinity, he only kinda sorta gets replaced by Galahad, right? Because Percival, along with Galahad and Bors? I want to say Bors are the 3 knights who, in Malory, are allowed to see the Grail, and it immediately kills all of them. Like, they all just kind of get got by the Grail. Galahad immediately. Percival and the third one, who I think is Bors, go on pilgrimage to Jerusalem and die over there. I just kind of forget to do anything of note. Anyway, so they're already, you control troops that are not knights. These are not subject to the Code of Honor, and so we can just kind of troll them. You know? I was pretty sure it was boars. I'm glad I remember that one correctly. Extravagant charger. I want to look at Idris, though. Cool. He seems to be not so scary. It's a shame I can't really lock him up. I can't really lock up, Boars or Idris in any substantive way. So I'm gonna have to just kind of be careful and let these guys walk forward without exposing my knight right. I mean, Bedivere could get absolutely mauled if I am not careful. So, I really want to make sure I don't do that. Amazing, right? Isn't it very funny? That it's just like, yeah, get got. Get absolutely wrecked. You know, yeah, I think we just get an end phase on that. Because we'll see if he runs in. Arthur's pikeman faces a trample challenge against Idris for a total of 18. Total score does not see the difficulty and will have bad things. If it reaches 6 by accumulation, the knight will fall unconscious. He'll die if he gets my 6 in a single hit. Or aim with the special square. Binding, steed, and dodge. So, if that's a -2, that gets a torso injury, or I grail card this. In which case I am guaranteed to be fine. Or I just grail card this, in which case I'm... Ugh, that's a 1. Hey, how did you walk 3 squares? Hey, wait a minute. Oh, they force marched. That's the thing that you can do that does actually get you into huge trouble. Anyway, this guy's so frickin' screwed. Watch this. This is very funny. Oh. Success margin 4 plus wound threshold of 3. So he took 3. And he's currently unhorsed. Bedivere. I'll get into a lot of trouble. Hello, Miss FICO. How's it going for Arthurian War so far? Very, very good. Thus far, we've largely stuck within Thomas Malory, but we've had some neat little references to stories about Chrétien, which is very good. Big fan of it. Anyway, these guys are notably not subject to any of the problems here, so we're just gonna kill this guy. It only took, he took 3 to the leg. Man, that's not helpful. I was going to go for more than that. I mean, look. Also, Merlin brought potatoes to Britain. Don't worry about that. I guess we just end turn because we have too many people. And we're kind of gummed up against each other. So, yeah. So, did Bedivere have a prosthetic hand? Can't see the model. It looks like a prosthetic. He's definitely got, I mean, he's moving it, so it's a very good prosthetic. But I definitely would think it is, it definitely looks like it might be prosthetic. Which would be very, very fun. And a nice little reference to the fact that it's Bedivere the one-handed. He's always Always, always, always the one-handed. Since, like, the beginning. Since Chrétien de Troyes, he has been notably one-handed. Well. I mean, that's good, except that I don't actually like being in this spot very much. Flat 20. What do you mean that's a fail? Ugh. Do we actually take a wound off of that, or is it just that we... No, we don't seem to have. Anyway, Bedivere, I mean, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do here. Because you are kind of super duper stuck. And I will lose honor for attacking an unarmed knight. Oh well. Like, what do you, like, a dodge? I got a new grill card out of the trouble. She's a dodge challenge against Idris. Anyway, now you're just absolutely... Took 5 to the head, so you're not dead, but you're like so close to it. He is so close to dead. If he could just hurry up and be dead, that would be awesome. Like, it would be so cool if he could just be done with this. Yeah, looking a bit more, I think a lot of the disproportionate amounts of Galahad is the specialist boy comes from Victorians. It's also, like, let me be clear, Galahad is the guy who replaces Lancelot as the specialist greatest of all knights. As in Malory, explicitly. Right, Galahad gets the special chair of anyone who sits on this that is not named Galahad will be extremely painfully killed. Right? Galahad is the specialist boy. He's so specialist that he dies extremely young by looking upon the Grail and just going straight to heaven. Just like instant heaven before he's able to do anything problematic. So... Exactly. Since there is Galahad as the specialist of all boys. His job is to be so special. Wow, plus 15 fatigue. Can you be dead? 6 to the torso immediately falls over. Phenomenal. Next on the list. I mean, just walk forward. You keep being cool, keep doing good stuff. Like, I shouldn't even need anything else on that. That should just be a kill. No, not the ads. 6 to the left leg, immediately dead. Can I just go 1, 2, 3 as valid squares in order to get a charge? I absolutely can. That's hilarious. Odd total, my lance will break. No, 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 no. Exactly. Right, the Seat Perilous says, hey, ugh, you're not dead. Could you please finish dying? Like, goodness gracious, this is getting old. Also, you need to stop being stunned and either fall over or don't. Thank you, Idris. Honestly. That took so much. Hey, look, and here's all the guys. Look at all the dead things. Our fighters valiantly impaled the enemy with their pikes. They split the opposing ranks, whose cries rose from the plain of Usk. Our formidable pikemen decimated their opponents. In the melee, men and horses friendly and enemy combatants, archers, pikemen, and horsemen of all manners became indistinguishable. In the distance, a group of felon knights moves away from the rest of the army. It's time to take advantage of our troops' rapid advance, and perhaps change the outcome of the battle. Tough battle is about to begin. Winning this fight will allow us to plunder the enemy camp. Let's see. Ulvius, you've never failed me before. Sir Ulvius took advantage of his advance to move deeper into the heart of the fray. Although he and his men have emerged from grueling onslaught, he's determined to change the outcome of the battle. What is this he sees? Lauded his guard, Ulvius is ready to settle the score, but without accounting for a certain Nero. Plot's right-hand man, who steps in with his knights to stand in their way. Now, Nero is quite scary. Like, look at this man, level 11, rolls up with his sword, and has a burning sword. Did I forget to mention that part? Just has a burning sword. Screw it, I've got 3 Grail cards, and the other 2s are 11s. We're full sending. Oh yeah, no, the Seat Perilous is just the Seat Perilous. Like, don't think about it too much. My second rank, I'm actually going to leave 1 step back. So they're only going to... This rank is only going to move 2. Specifically so that we don't overshoot. God works in mysterious and manslaughtery ways. You're so right. And in phase 2, 3. Did you just forget to attack? Oh, because you can't attack. You can't attack because you don't have... Oh, that was stupid of me. He doesn't have a lance, and so he can't charge. Wow. Infernal Sword. Just hit a 25 out from a 6. You know? You know the drill? I just killed him. I just killed him in 1. Nero debuts at the Merlin continuation of the post-Vulgate. Well, not anymore, he doesn't. Another Grail card. Just roll these guys. I got Grail cards for days. That should be another just insta-kill. Yeah, 6 to the head. No, get him out of here. Is this a woot moment? I don't know what kind of moment it is, but it's certainly, Certainly went badly for King Lot's army. Whole squad of Black Knights and a fire sword and immediately got killed by the power of the Holy Grail saying goodbye. Well, I mean, I literally can't reach this last guy. So, I hope I get his fire sword. Sir Ulvius and his knights use their weapons and shields with strength and agility. After a violent exchange, Nero is killed by a strong blow. Top of a hill, Lot advances, brandishing his sword. To urge his troops onward to the slaughter. Then an unknown knight belonging to another side sneaks up behind the king and slits his throat. Infernal sword added to inventory. I got it. I got it. Lot dies. The Red Silent Knight has already disappeared. Rip that guy. Soon, word of King Lot's death spread among the disloyal troops. The last lieutenant surrendered, followed by their men. Our valiant knights plundered the traitors' camps and divided the spoils in a drunken joy of victory. Oh, yeah, you're vaguely aware that Galahad being the specialist boy is earlier present, but you're trying to look into why modern pop culture knows Galahad more than Percival, and remember that the Victorians just really, really like Galahad. Yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely fair. Or Victorians. In any case, Lot's death meant Arthur's victory, and soon the remaining rebel barons were laying down arms at Arthur's feet, straining their horses, and swearing an oath of allegiance to him. Don't worry about it. By defeating Nero, you achieve a decisive victory. We win Infernal Sword, Opulence points, as well as 12 glory points and 12 occasion points for everybody. Drops honor of its wielder to 0. When this sword, which once belonged to the treacherous Sir Nero, was pulled from its scabbard, it glows red as though a blacksmith had just pulled it from the flames. It is said that Nero, greedy for power, received this weapon from a demon with whom he made a pact. Those who use it will cause a lot of damage, but their honor will be reduced to 0 in anything they use it in. So is this game playing through Arthur's Legends? Yep. Look, okay? Okay, hear me out. You don't need honor, you're already an asshole. You can at least have a cool sword about it. In the following year, in the year 514, Arthur and Guinevere were married with pomp and ceremony at Caerleon. As part of her dowry, the new bride brought with her the round table that Merlin had long ago made for Arthur's father, Uther Pendragon himself. Upon Uther's death, Britain had descended into a period of turmoil and chaos, and so Leodegrance had taken the round table to protect it. At Caerleon Castle, a vast hall was built to accommodate the gigantic oak table. There, Arthur brought together the best knights in the world on equal footing. Soon, Gawain joined Arthur's company of knights who had fought him in the Battle of Caerleon. Year 515. Gawain, 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 Gawain. Gawain, Gawain, Gawain. I'm excited. Anytime. Look, Gawain's my favorite guy. He's a jerk, but he's my favorite guy. Guinevere, Queen of the Kingdom of Logres, proclaimed in the beginning of 515 Anno Domini, which will usher in our prosperity and joy. Our most valiant knights have a seat at the round table, and Merlin has become Arthur's advisor. Now listen to the news that has reached my ear. On the one hand, we are welcoming 2 new fighters. On the other hand, my husband met a very strange knight who has agreed to join the round table. The acceptance was hard won. The High King had to face a very singular ordeal. Merlin is said to be this child of a virgin and a devil. He possesses the gift of seeing both the past and the future, and he's a master in the art of metamorphosis. His knowledge goes back to the dawn of time. The first, named Griflet, is Bedivere's cousin. Despite his young age, he has a strong sense of honor. The second, Sir Sagramor, is none other than the nephew of the Emperor of Constantinople. Hot-headed and tempestuous, he is a furious fighter. A knight of unrivaled strength challenged every man approaching a bridge to a duel. Griflet, freshly knighted, went off to fight him, but had to be carried back to court unconscious by his horse. the High King sent out to avenge Gryfflet. Alas, his sword broke during the duel with the knight on the bridge. Merlin magically put the assailant to sleep to save Arthur. The wizard took Arthur to a lake where the Lady of the Lake presented the sovereign with the sword Excalibur and a scabbard. Chat, pop quiz. Which is better, Excalibur or Excalibur's scabbard? The sword has been broken beyond repair. As Merlin says, there's nothing to be done against the will of Providence. Yeah, when it takes, it also gives. Excalibur is proof. We just talked about that. According to Uther beats up the Irish, but he can't move Stonehenge, and so Merlin steals Stonehenge. And also, yes, you were all smarter than King Arthur, because King Arthur said sword, and he is a buffoon. For the scabbard makes it that when you get injured, you do not bleed, and because you do not bleed, you do not die. The opponent awoke, stunned to have lost the duel. His name is Pellinor, King of the Far Isles. He is the mysterious knight who killed a lot of Orkney at the Battle of Caerleon. King Pellinor, don't do your fellow kings dirty like this. Also, questing beast. Arthur delighted invited him to the Round Table without further ado. This displeased Gawain and his brothers, who took a dim view of their father as murderer, joining the Round Table. The entire lineage of Pellinor, King of the Far Isles, is dedicated to protecting the Grail. He is also said to have spent most of his life tracking the legendary questing beast, which is why he prefers the forest to kingly courts. Arthur's father, Arthur Pendragon, received these enchanted weapons from Nimue, the Fey Guardian of the Lake, but later died at the same water's edge, poisoned by the Saxons in battle, and Nimue took back both the sword and the scabbard. What else is new? Oh. Goodbye. You can recruit a new knight! Click on the recruitment icon to choose a knight. Sagramore. Yeah! Click on the indicated button to recruit or cancel recruitment in the upper area. Okay, but like I want to read. Known as the Desirous, Sagramore is the son of the King of Hungary and nephew of the Emperor of Constantinople. At the age of 15, he's something. It's a... Get everything better than the sword is that metaphor for peace being better than short-lived glory and war. Given the way everyone else behaves, if that is the lesson, they all promptly ignore it. 515. Only Arthur has the power to choose adventure. Select his banner to get started. Choose a quest! Quest. Select an available adventure. Excellent. Excellent. We're starting strong, chat. We're starting strong. We have 2 adventures available. I like it better than Merlin's sword of the scabbard. We like it better the sword. But you are most unwise, but the scabbard is worth 10 of the swords. For all you have the scabbard, you should never lose no blood, never be so badly wounded. So, the loathly lady. During a hunting expedition in the Inglewood Forest, our knights come across a terrifying giant able to paralyze his victim with his gaze. Very quickly, they realize that their salvation and that of the entire country depends on their ability to answer the thorny question, what do women want most in the world? Literary sources, the wedding of Gawain and Dame Ragnell, anonymous 15th century. So, we're altering the story just a little bit, in that Gawain is not doing a sexual assault at the start of the story, which is a good change. Gawain is what we call a problematic fave, because at the start of Gawain and Ragnell, he does do a sexual assault and is banished for a year and a day. With the goal of Guinevere saying, you must answer this question for me, or else you will be banished forever. Gawain spends most of that time just kind of wandering about aimlessly. And then at the very end, runs into this old lady who says, I know the answer, but you will have to marry me before I will tell it to you. He's like, yeah, okay, I'm kind of desperate here. Fine. They want to be... They want to have the ability to choose. They want to be in control of their own destiny. So Gawain goes and reports back. And everyone's like, you know, actually, yeah, that's a good... No, I can't argue against that one. And so Gawain then goes back and says, yeah, okay, we're married now. Thanks for saving my life. And then that night, walks into his house and like, there's a beautiful young lady there. It's like, wait a minute, that's not who I married. And she's like, yeah, no, don't worry about it. I'm actually not old or ugly. I just got cursed. So, I can either be pretty at night, or ugly during the day, or ugly during the day and pretty at night. I think I said the same thing twice. Pretty at night, ugly during the day, or pretty during the day, ugly at night. What do you want? And Gawain thinks long and hard about this, and realizes that he needs some character development, and says, you choose, which would you prefer? Good answer, the curse is broken, I'm now young and hot the entire time. Congratulations, and they live happily ever after until Gawain dies horribly in battle. The end. The other one, the Chivalry. On a cold November day, a lady by the name of Malory requests an audience at the king's court. Wounded, she has come to Arthur and her sisters for help. Through black magic, her sister, Lady Marie Lebrun, is spreading terror throughout the country of Belgrade with a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. Can our hero stop her? The Lay of Chivalry, Marie de France, The Lay of Merlin, Anonymous, and Book 13 of Le Mort d'Arthur, Thomas Malory. It's awfully nice. Well, we know the drill. We can't not send Gawain. Like... we can't possibly not send Gawain. Go on an adventure. Gawain's actually not very good about this. Group cohesion for the current quest represents rivalry, friendships, and the average honor of the knights. Gawain's actually not great. Erudition, intrigue, and stewardship. He's actually not awesome at this. I would rather not add him to the quest, though. Like, can I backtrack? Okay, but can I backtrack instead? I didn't necessarily want to select him for... Oh, there's 4 different knights. We can get 4. We can just choose we can just do something else with them in the time. Cool. To try that, Chivalry, one source for Arthur Legends which you pick, Thomas Malory. Find a translation that updates the language to modern English, so that you're not trying to muddle through 15th century, late Middle English. Just get yourself a translation that updates the language, and read Malory and enjoy Malory. He is far and away the most comprehensive source for it. And it'll just work. It'll work good for you. Animal, survival, folklore, subterfuge. Furia. Who has good... I mean, Arthur... I could just send Arthur on this quest. That seems stupid, but I could. Ulvius is a great fit for this quest. I want to be careful to not send too many people around. Because I need people who are good at other, like, folklore and animal handling for, so, like, I don't want to send Bodwin on this, because he's otherwise, like... We could get ourselves into a lot of trouble. That's what I'm saying. Urian and Bodwin want to be on the other one. Folklore and subterfuge again. And they don't have good of the other things we need. Wait, is Gawain not currently on the quest? Gawain, get in this quest! Holy shit, dude. Who else has Enchantery? Erudition, intrigue, subterfuge, crafting. Erudition, craftsmanship, medicine. I guess Urian is joining us. There we go. Assign another occupation to knights who have not chosen an adventure, or they will be assigned randomly. Occupations increase certain characteristics of your knights during the coming year. Sorry, was there a sit on the Siege Perilous? Sorry, did I see a sit on the Siege Perilous? Only the best knight in the world may sit on this magical seat with fear of being instantaneously burned alive by a great pillar of fire cast from the sky. You'll have to face a challenge of difficulty 30 based on one trait from the Soul Sphere, one from the vocation Night Sphere, randomly chosen. The knight who occupies the Siege Perilous will have 4 cards of value 13 into your deck. Okay, but like, can I assign a different... Can I assign someone else on an adventure, though? Where's honor? Bold. Wounds, fatigue. Right now, no one should have really any negatives, right? Everyone looks like they're pretty well fine. I don't know where my honor is. Or just loyalty servants. Gives 2 inspiration in a lot of these. God, there's a lot of detail in this. There's a lot of crunch. Like, I should probably be looking at these. Honor 12 of 12. Honor 10 of 12. 12 of 12, 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 12 of 12. Pilgrimage. Pelennor. Character sheet. We could get inspiration and stuff. We could get up you. Inspiration. See Perilous. Let's trade. You're going on pilgrimage. Arthur's training. You're currently guarding the domain. You're doing a tournament, which is just inspiration and prowess. You're doing domain, you're garrisoning, you're doing domain. So everyone's getting opulence, which is actually really fine. Absolutely fine by me. Each year, among the knights. Who do not go on an adventure, one knight chooses to go alone on the quest. Each solo quest has a story where the choices you make will impact the evolution of your knight. One evening, well, the knights were leaving a meeting of the Round Table. Merlin beckons Sir Bodwin to follow him. Once they were hidden from view behind an archway, the enchanter said to our knight, Sire, to safeguard our king and kingdom, I need you to lead the most secret mission and be silent about it. Seek out all the male children of noble ancestry born on the 1st May of this year in the land of Britain. Once you have rounded them up, kill them all, without exception. You know who the goal is in order to try and get in this horrifying purge? Seems a bit extreme. I don't know. Look, when the... when you're trying to get literal actual Mordred, I think extreme is probably about right. You know? Do we think Bodwin would do that? Do we think Bodwin would do this? Just put them in a boat. Merlin will take care of the rest. Authority and intrigue. Well, that goes poorly for all of us. I'm just saying. Face covered in coat of arms out of sight, our hero travels the countryside with his men. The fox! He uses every trick to infiltrate castles, casting guards and using handmaids. He zeroes hands on all the boy children born on the first day of May. We'll trust Merlin. The group doing it directly might have avoided, or ignite this feeling of cowardice and could make sure no challenge survived. Nevertheless, it was a success. He was, yeah, loses a shit ton of honor, but gains a shit ton of loyalty. And the group cohesion is now very bad. And a whole bunch of the guys now are gonna go, let's go storytelling. This is actually super cool, like, I am enjoying this immensely. I feel like if you were Mordred, this would make you want to rebel against Dad more. Lo and behold... yeah? Yeah, actually, this is not popular.
Hunting one fine day, through forest dense they make their way. There on the hillside rest their deer, too weak to flee as they draw near, too weak to flee as they draw near. And night takes the bow to shoot the buck. His aim is true, its chest is struck. Down falls the creature, there it lies.
Orcadian is not Scottish in this context.
The bugle sounds to claim the prize.
Orcadian is not Scottish. Lothian is, but yeah, right. And most of the stories were a lot. Oh yeah, in Geoffrey's lot. Gotcha. Yep. Right. Remember, when we are talking about the Orkneys, we're actually talking about a hybrid Norse, Scots, island kingdom, right? The King of the Isles is like a known thing all the way through to the later 1200s. The Orkneys have far closer ties to Norway than they do to, like, everywhere else. And in fact, multiple Norwegian kings over the course of the 1100s are from the Orkneys. So, right, that's the spot where modern geography really kind of trolls us a little bit. in understanding what they had in mind in a lot of these creations, because until quite late in the Middle Ages, the Orkneys do not behave according to the rules of the rest of the British archipelago. Anyway, who shall have the honor of delivering the final blow? I mean, Gawain, go do it.
Our
Gawain, go do the
man
thing.
stretched forth to view the deed, but to look a giant, oh, take heed. So strong and mighty
Ow.
is this knight. He mocks a hero, why such fright? He mocks a hero, ha ha, why such fright? Now, answer this, my clever
Gotcha, Cripper.
What does a woman most desire? Speak up this minute, don't delay, or you'll be paralyzed this day, or you'll be paralyzed this day. Our knight can give no quick reply. The giant
Gawain, my guy.
terrify. Such mighty girth, what piercing eye. Our poor man fears his end is nigh. Our poor man fears his end is nigh. He feels a jolt deep in the bone. His body drops down like a stone. The giant house, thou, I am Lord, and you shall perish by my sword, and you shall perish by my sword. The star
That's one heck of a sword.
to the light, it stands up straight. Oh, wondrous sight. It has fine antlers like
Well,
and a man's face.
we're worried about the helmet.
Appear. Human or beast, it is not clear.
We're really worried about the helmet right now?
The arrow from its chest. Oh, Grummer, hear now my behest. Put away your sword, spare the night. Let them all learn of their man's plight. Let them all learn of their man's plight. This night will be your perfect fate. Go to your castle and there wait. It will be gruesome there.
I think we have shenanigans afoot.
This is wise. Very good master, this is wise. Our man is left to his vile fate, for he is helpless in this state. Gromer heaves him up like a sack. The creature's gone when he looks back. The creature's gone when he looks back.
Oh, this is a different version of Gawain and Ragnar. Huh. Huh. Yep, while hunting alone in the Inglewood, Arthur once fell into the power of Gromer Jorah, threatened to take vengeance because Gromer claimed Arthur wrongfully given some of his lands to Gawain. Arthur agreed to let Arthur go for a year on Arthur's parole to turn at the end of the time if he could not answer the question, what do women most desire? Arthur got the answer from Dame Ragnell, who turned out to be Gromer's sister. As soon as Gromer heard, he cursed Ragnell as the only one who could have taught it to the king. Malory includes Gromer as another round table and mentions Gromer's son Jorah as one of the knights who coming Mordred and aggravated their attempt to trap Lancelot, and who were killed during Lancelot's escape. If Ike's sword is named after Ragnell, does that mean he fights for the power of women's rights? True. The Turk and Sir Gawain, Cromer to wish in the form of a Turk, or Churl, so that I was recorded, challenge only sent me to exchange of blows. Oh. Well, I mean, on the one hand, I'm very glad that Gawain, is the one who got kidnapped because Gawain had the worst stats. On the other hand, tough luck. On the other hand, just tough luck. Right? This is not the same version of Gawain and Ragnar that I am familiar with. Let me grab one of my books, see if I'm just being weird, if I am just fully mistaken and blending two stories together. Like, that does happen. I do that sometimes. But Landfall, Havelock, and Green Knight. 418. Oh! You know what it is? The version of the Wedding of Gawain and Ragnar that I told is the Wife of Bath's tale. From the Canterbury Tales. The actual poem, The Wedding of Gawain and Ragnar, is from 1450, so it's quite a bit later. But this one is kind of a sillier, burlesque version of it. Because Arthur, naturally, in this version, says, "Hey, Gawain, you solve this problem for me?" But goodness gracious. 855 lines. The dear guy seemed kinda Carninos. I have no idea what you're talking about. Definitely didn't get that vibe instantly from all the Torques. Of course not. We would never randomly get Carninos rep in my Arthuriana, right? Right, guys? You're not gonna do me like that.
Atop the hill, our knights are worried, finding no trace of their companion.
Right.
They sense some misfortune and call off the hunt. Observing his surroundings, our hero discovers on the bare earth path a precious ring shining golden in the sun.
Right. No, I'm very worried that it is Carninos. That would be weird. But, I mean, I have no particular reason to think it's not, you know? We had potatoes. We certainly had that.
Our heroes soon
Fine! We'll get on our frickin' horses. The fact that you warped me off of the horse for no particular reason made me think I didn't need them right now. You know?
Our knights set out in the vast, towering forest of Inglewood. This is the thickest and darkest part they have ridden through yet. Despite the season, no bird song enlivens this desolate place.
Yeah. Oh, wait. By the way, the version, Maraxa, the version of the Wedding of Gawain and Ragnar that you, that you posted is way more legible than the version I've got here, and I don't know if that's a manuscript variation, or if that's a... the fact that they did a little bit of normalization on the Middle English for the Harvard version. Like, this is not hard Middle English to read, if it's been normalized. Right? Litha and listeneth the leaf of the Lord to reach. The while he lived was known him leecha. Neither in Bowra nor in Halla, in the team of Arthur this adventure betid. And of the great adventurer he himself did, the King Courteous and Royale. In the version I've got, in here, all of the Y, or most of the I's, have been replaced with Y's. And a bunch of E's have been replaced with Y's. Because Middle English loves overuse of the letter Y. So it's Litha and Luceneth, the leaf of the Lord Richa. The well that he lived was known to him Nika. Neither in Bowra, nan Hava. In the tomb of Arthur, this adventure between. If Easter Year tomorrow, so you're signing off. Bye. No, in actual Middle English, Y and I are pronounced the same. I'm just doing it, distinguishing them for the sake of, I can't exactly, I mean, I'm not gonna go, hey guys, read it! That's not exactly how that works. I mean, I could do it. I don't think that goes well. There's a particular rhythm with how you read that. Middle English is so fun. Middle English, legitimately, I highly recommend learning to read Middle English. Because it's just very fun. Litha and Lisnitha, the leaf of the Lord Richa, the well that he lived was known to him Licha. Neither in Bowra, ne in Halla, in the team of Arthur this adventure betid, and of the great Greatt, by the way, adventurer that he himself did, that King Courteous and Royale of all Kings Arthur bereath of the flower, and of all a Nichtod he bar away the honour, wheresoe'er he went. Ere her country was nothing but chivalry, and Nichtas were beloved by that dochty, for cowardice were ever more ashamed. Now will you list well to my talking, I shall you tell of Arthur the king, how it once him befell. By the way, other fun fact, Arthur is spelled 3 different ways in the section I just read, which is 14 lines long. Let's see if that's replicated in here. Ah, it is. Sort of. Sort of. They normalized one of them in the Harvard version. You have Arthura. You have Artura. This one has been changed. There is also an Artura and an Artor. My edition adds an additional one, A-R-T-H-O-W-R-E. A W is just 2 U's. I don't know why you're worried about it. A W is simply 2 U's next to each other, hence why it's called W. And therefore it's A-R-T-H-O-U-U-R-E, which is not that different than A-R-T-H-O-U-R-E, you know? I see no problems here. Anyway, there was a previous lane there. But we're just gonna run this way and we're gonna pretend that everything's fine. And we're going to ignore the other path. Apparently should not have ignored the other path because that went nowhere fast. Ooh, shiny. The mushrooms on a glowy stump with butterflies is moderately ominous.
An old stump surrounded by mushrooms stands amid the white birch grove.
This
A
is
very strange energy emanates from it.
cool. Bonjour. Hi, Mr. the Woodsman.
A cutter named Thibault exchanges the usual greetings with our knight. Seeing that he is a stranger to the land,
You spell
Thibault
facial
welcomes
arrogance.
him to the village of Malory, but not without reservation. The woodcutter does not see many people since he spends his days deep in the Inglewood forest. He has not seen a knight who matches our hero's description. A few days earlier, Cromer Sommerjewar took over the village and the castle, driving out Matilda, daughter of the late Castellan. Since then, things have gone.
They do not
from
seem
bad
to have.
worse.
They did cite. They cited only Dame Ragnell as a source, not Gawain and the Green Knight. So
The woodcutter has a most serious look upon his face. His words betray great suffering. You know, sire, times are hard. My wife Joan and I are greatly saddened, he says. Our children...
Potomsium, you're so right. Take that risk.
Thibault hesitates, embarrassed. His wife thinks
Demons.
it has to be supernatural, while he suspects a more ordinary but unknown reason. A natural remedy must certainly exist, even though all have failed so far.
You know what time it is. Boy, you could look at your friends. There's so many friends on the internet for you. Hey, fine. Yes, I hear you. Yeah. Yeah. Didn't draw something here for me, did you? No. I'm sorry, bud.
It is a kind of fever that keeps the little ones bound to their bed. Thibault does not know what to answer. He has no idea where such a valuable object could have come from. Thibault replies that our knight would do well to talk with his wife, who knows the lady much better than he. The woodcutter's face again betrays his worry as he bids our knight farewell.
Sprint to our horses! I have so many good cards in my hand right now. I really don't want to end up just using them randomly, you know? Okay, well. Whatever was going on there, we'll just need to keep running to get to the next area. Hi! Those are aggressive. Hi! Those were aggressive. Hi! Wow. Those were so aggressive. You want the attention that badly? Yeah. But when I pick you up to give you hugs, and you freak out and try and scratch me. Yeah. Yeah, I can feel you, like you want to spring. I want to give you hugs, though. Yeah, you're just too cute. Say hi to the camera, so cute. Yes, you're so... Oh. Yes, fine. You're gonna be that way, aren't you? Surprised there hasn't really been any Arthurian... Oh yeah, there's been absolutely no Arthurian RPGs at any point. No, this is far and away the one that is the most, you know, Arthurian. There are so many King Arthur RPGs.
Have translucent glass-like skin. Straight and proud, the man approaches, clad in his helmet,
but like
carrying his weapons.
Yeah, there's a lot of Camlin ones, right? I might look at like Inkel's Pendragon, or the TTRPG, or they are weird like dark fantasy doodads.
Without a pause, the man calls out to our heroes. "Gentlemen," he says, "deign to help a poor knight. I cannot leave this cursed place, so I beg you to grant me a single combat."
Great. I'd love to.
It would indeed be improper to fight without introducing oneself.
Oh.
But the man cannot. He is most sorry for this, but he no longer knows his name. His memory is almost entirely gone. Indeed, remembering but his very last moments, he feels the disgrace of one shame.
Are you saying that Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon is not an accurate representation of Arthurian mythos? Or Sworn? Or... Oh, there's like hundreds of them.
He confidently confirms that he has not seen any knights
right?
at the round table.
No, that pivot, right?
Before him.
Trees, 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 music, ruin, cliff, bridge, water. Very good.
The ghost madly struck at a being of inordinate size with his sword. I do not know what I wanted from him, or how he felt about me. I do remember, though, that I had to save... He pauses. Save someone dear to me? Damn my memory. My powerful blows were not enough. He slashed downward and slayed
But yeah, narratively, this is so much in the style of just... We're wandering through the woods, and something happened. And then when trying to solve that, we wander around, and then we run into a random guy, and then something happens.
The ghostly knight loudly proclaims his happiness, that this fight is beginning, and that the duel must stop at the...
Oh, well, that's kind of a shame. I didn't really want to... Didn't necessarily want to go against... have Ulvius do that, but yes, Tainted Grail is zombie apocalypse. Mordred has to save England. It is a whole thing, and there we go. 1, 2, 3. A counter charge. Well, I shall run a 24 on the counter charge. And I think we'll be fine from that. Oh. Good job. Good job, guys.
Victory is proclaimed in favor of our knight, for he has boldly wounded the ghost. What a noble duel.
Out of context, that's a hilarious sentence.
The night is gone, like the flame of a candle snuffed out.
Well, we didn't even get explanation. There is neither explanation nor will on that. It was simply, there we go. Arian, let's be a little bit better at this. Also, I love this kind of year-by-year thing. Like low-key, because in Gawain and the Green Knight. It says, you know, every year at Christmas, all of the Knights of the Round Table should have returned from all their quests and gathered together, but they can't eat the Christmas meal until something worthy of note happens, and that lends in the stories the sort of annual cadence implicit to the ordering of events. And that feels very, very good, that we are negotiating things on the scale of years. Anyway.
At the fork in the road, the path leads down to a rock 10 feet high and surrounded by bushes and large round rocks. This mineral and vegetal mass blocks the rest of the path completely.
Well, that's almost a full Aristotelian compliment. You're just missing animal. Surely a squirrel can stand on top of it or something to really complete the trifecta. Hans!
At the edge of a pond, a majestic horse with a flaming mane contemplates his reflection in the water troubled by the breeze.
Renee is in no hurry, as he does not wish to frighten the magnet. Oh. There we go. I thought it had bugged because it was taking a sweet time.
But as he tries to approach, the horse rears up and forcefully drives him back.
Yeah, don't get kicked by the Hans. Do any of our guys have... Urian is the one who has animal lore.
Our knight is in no hurry.
Fine.
As he does not wish to frighten
the
magnificent steed.
Has this game any... The other adventure we could have gone on is Beast Leveret. Yes. So, yes. Not just a little bit yes, definitively yes. Because, yeah, he was literally like... That was the other option if we didn't want to do Dame Ragnell. It is one of my absolute favorites, like an all-timer for insane.
The road continues on into a humble village where wattle and daub walls
Arthur lore.
of the sun.
Hello.
In his humble garden, an old man cares for his plantings. Summer flowers color one of the beds.
Hopefully we'll be able to do it.
Contains leaves and stems of all kinds. In many
we had enough nights we could have done both things, though. I'm just gonna say, we had enough nights we could have done both adventures.
The old gardener welcomes our hero,
Angus!
approaches and introduces himself as a knight of the Round Table. He greets him in turn, giving his name, Angus. Angus lowers his voice. From afar, I saw a knight being taken
Yeah,
to
the new
castle.
Castellan who's also a giant. There's a lot of giants in Malory. Like, that seems to be the definitive way that an English knight will prove themselves, is they go beat up a giant. Oftentimes, an older woman slash enchantress helps them, and sometimes that enchantress is the power of using weighted training weapons for a year. Is it? I think it's the story of Sir Gareth, where there's a princess locked in a castle, a giant is guarding the entrance. Oh no, we need to rescue her. Let's go ask the local old enchantress for help. Well, here, take this enchanted sword and train with it for a full year, or take this sword and train with it for a full year. It's like, but I want to fight. It's like, no, you have to train. You have to train, you have to train, you have to train. Here's this magic sword. Wow, it's so light and whippy. Yeah, I just made the training sword 15 pounds heavier. I'm going to be real, there's nothing magical about this sword. It's just, Goku took off the training weights. And now we'll go kick his ass. Ah!
The herbalist leans in. Though the situation could be much worse, it is not good. I believe the village has been waiting for worthy men like yourself.
Ask him about Gromer.
Guilty of atrocities when he took Lady Matilda's castle by force.
Not the mercenaries.
Called in mercenaries to do it, and these men are now causing havoc and harm in the village. The herbalist thinks a moment. It must be Sire Guillain, he says, who was killed and cursed that evening by Gromer in front of his beloved Lady Matilda. Angus believes it is from the other world because of its
that's a good assumption.
That contrasts with its immaculate white coat. It belongs to the former Castellan, who designed an enchanted bridle to calm the steed's fiery temperament. The horse had already lost the bridle by the time it reached the houses on the edge of the village. Angus examines the ring carefully. The lady succeeded her father as Castellan before Gromer drove her out. She's wise and adventurous, like her friend Lady Raniel, but neither have returned since the tragic capture of the castle. Though the herbalist was present on the evening of the assault, before the debacle, he does not know where Lady Matilda has found refuge, since they are the lady's close friends.
Very good. Ask about Raniel.
Suddenly loses his cheer. He's afraid that something terrible has happened to her. Though Gromer is her own brother, he has long been jealous of her. She's more intelligent, beautiful, and well-loved than him in the village.
Tragic.
Before he can go, Angus delays our hero. Sire, find the answer to the question. What do women most desire? It may well save your life.
What
The
the...
herbalist replies gravely.
What does this have to do with anything?
In due time.
Oh. Goat. Those are big-ass goats. Hello. Hello. I'm sorry, I don't mean to intrude, but I must ask you a question.
The woodhouse, so lavish and well-maintained, also serves as a goldsmith workshop. The interior is elegant and tastefully decorated. A young woman is checking or correcting manuscripts.
Nice.
When her door opens, the craftswoman offers a polite greeting. She introduces herself as Emmeline, the village goldsmith.
Oh!
Our knight
Yeah,
also
duh.
gives his name,
It's Mabinogion.
states
Yep.
that he sits at the round table.
I knew that sounded familiar.
The goldsmith cannot hold back a sigh. She explains, Gromer has taken both the village and the castle. He calls himself the Castellan, but he's only a rascal, a usurper, and a felon. The village is on the brink of ruin. The goldsmith can... This man is Lady Raniel's brother. Some say...
I can confirm he has in fact definitely been got.
And even has extraordinary powers.
He's definitely
Raniel
giant.
is good.
Like
Her
that's
brother
not
is
in
evil
question right now.
incarnate.
How's the situation in town? How are you
Since
holding up?
becoming a widow, Emmeline has
Nice.
taken over the workshop.
Wait,
She
actually,
makes jewelry and reliquaries of
I like
silver
this a
and
lot.
gold. Her
I like
work
this a
is
lot.
renowned and esteemed throughout the kingdom. Her son has even gone to Carduel to recruit workers.
Right? The idea of a educated kind of merchant class woman taking over a workshop as a widow actually is not that far-fetched for the back half of the Middle Ages. Right, while women were barred from guild participation, they were often very important business partners, especially for urban craftspeople. So the men would be guild members, and their wives would be critical to the business, often in the production of manuscripts or jewelry or illumination, either doing a lot of the work or managing the financial aspects of the business. And so the idea of inheriting or maintaining the operations of the workshop and being de facto, if not according to the guild itself, in charge on becoming a widow actually is known in 13th, 14th, 15th century Paris.
Paid by the new Castellan, Grommer, the mercenaries plunder all those who cross the bridge. She can therefore no longer buy precious metals, nor sell her goods in the capital. She will
what she's doing out here instead of in the city, I don't know. But, you know, that's neither here nor there.
To the village. The mercenaries are looking for wine. They have exhausted their last reserves. All village doors close when they come near. This could be used to our hero's advantage. He could get a large supply from Joan.
Uh-huh.
Emmeline approves, finding him most charitable.
Uh-huh.
Suddenly, Emmeline is silent.
Yeah. You know nothing, you say.
Pale, saying in a strained voice that she knows nothing about it.
Sure you do. I don't suppose I have good persuasion. Love, largesse. I mean, I have a really... Okay, I need to do this because I have a really strong prowess card. So, success!
The craftswoman finally decides to speak.
Apparently I'm doing largesse next challenge.
She forged this ring at Raniel's request. The lady gave it to her brother, Grommer, as a token of friendship to ease their relations. The goldsmith has heard.
Uh-huh.
She knows nothing.
Ask her about Matilda.
The woman smiles. She succeeded her late father before Grommer dispossessed her of the Castellani. Lady Raniel, Matilda's closest friend, served as her advisor at the beginning of her governance. She remembers how, before that, the village women would hold council meetings. Even Joan, the peasant, joined them. But now, no one knows the whereabouts of the two ladies. She has known her for so long. Raised on the village outskirts, Raniel and her brother nonetheless received a proper upbringing and a pretty fortune. The craftswoman believes they are perhaps the natural children of the former Castellan, Matilda's father.
Goodbye.
Thanks Emmeline and leaves her to go up.
Goodbye.
A fountain embellishes the village square, which is deserted because of the heat. Using a sandstone jug left next to the basin.
There's a horse that's pure white except for flaming red ears and mane. Certified supernatural. Like, dead giveaway on, is supernatural. Oh, well, hi, Jen.
Once the threshold of its wide wooden door is crossed, this peasant's cottage offers...
Those kids are having a bad time.
A woman with a tanned complexion is leaning over a large bed where 3 small children are sleeping. She greets our knight and welcomes him to her humble home, introducing...
Can we just get another mandrake about it?
Joan's face darkens. She begins to
do you think we can...
if afraid
like...
that someone else will hear her.
We can ask Merlin for more mandrake.
That evil man took the land. Nothing is well
just...
here. Lady Matilda and Lady Raniel are nowhere to be found.
Like, I don't know if it'll help with what looks like mumps, but you know.
The peasant woman feels there is a problem with the food stored in the barn, even though there is no sign of vermin. The herbalist has tried all the usual remedies.
But they're having a bad time.
There may be a supernatural cause behind all this, although her husband does not believe it. Joan asks our hero to go.
You can't solve all your problems
before she thanks heaven.
What do you mean you can't?
Good luck.
Merlin uses magic for the smallest problems, would never say that.
The new Castellan, Gromer, ordered Thibaut to cut white birch tree deep in the forest. This knotless wood will be used to make...
Fortunately, due to his introduction to the apple, the magic has been natively eradicated. Oh.
Joan pales. He has done terrible things, she whispers. It is said that he is backed by evil forces, and to think that, as a child, he used to come and play in the village with his sister, Lady Raniel.
What about the ring?
The ring, Joan cannot help.
Ghost Night.
Saw him there for the first time the day after the castle was taken. She adds, he must have perished at the hand of Gromer Sommerjour himself. It would seem the steed is endowed with great beauty. She says there is no doubt it is the steed the late Castellan gave his daughter. It is said to come from the fairy kingdom, so unique is its appearance.
Raniel!
Extraordinarily intelligent woman formed a council that gathered all the women of the village, regardless of their status. Gromer always envied her.
Yeah, well, you could try being socially well-adjusted and also a feminist. Gromer, have you tried either of those two things?
Lady Matilda is incredibly kind. She agreed to the village women holding council, and even
based off his reaction, I know he hasn't tried one of them. Socially well-adjusted, I don't know. Feminist, obviously not.
Chased the lady away and took her castle.
Emily?
This woman exclaims joyfully that this young widow is a friend of hers, but that she has a lot of trouble right now with the mercenaries looting along the road to Carduel. Indeed, the peasant woman has a good supply.
I have a lot of coin.
Joan declares that 1 gallon of wine would be enough, that it fits in a small cask that is easy to carry. And
Can we just do it a little bit? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. You know? Slightly lower.
Woman is persuaded by
oh, prowess 1. That's tough.
Sells him the cask for 40. Joan gives the cask to our knight, who hastens to thank her. Our knight leaves the peasant woman, who...
Alright, so that gives us a lot of quests. We've got a lot of quests here. Help the peasant family find out why they're ill, bribe the mercenaries or fight the mercenaries, and inquire about the answer to the question, what do women most desire? Look, we know Raniel is the one who knows the answer, so if we find Raniel, we'll find the answer. I don't know. Something's pretty spooky with these.
In the darkness, something almost imperceptible attracts the attention of our heroes. A light sparkles and moves, shimmering like reflections on water.
Examine the tracks in Chanterie. Does anyone have better... Yay!
To his knowledge, our knight examines the tracks attentively. He quickly understands
the fairies gave us mumps.
Sign of fairy presence or doings.
Cool. Well, I mean, that doesn't actually answer what we do about it, but you know, That's neither here nor there. Oh, let's just slide our way through. Well, obvious, you kinda overshot there, bud. Hey! Let's quick chat.
Joan does not seem surprised.
Uh-huh.
Our knight lead.
Okie dokie, we need to talk to the herbalist. This really is disguised a point-and-click adventure as an RPG. Yeah, it has. Crunchy RPG deck.
As our knight approaches, the old man signals him discreetly.
You know who else can be signaled discreetly? Aww. My malice got signaled discreetly.
Angus has a funny expression that is both questioning and malicious.
Uh-oh.
A look of curiosity passes over the old man's face.
Wow, word travels fast.
If it... Angus is quick to act. When Angus learns what the wine will be used for, his eyes begin to shine.
Oh, we can drug him. Oh, we can drug it. We can drug him.
How...
Oh, we can drug him. Hang on. Hang on. This is a good idea. This is a good idea.
The herbalist seems to hearten once our hero is finished convincing him to speak up. All that's needed is to add a plant with prodigious virtues to the wine in order to guarantee our knight an easy victory.
Worth it.
When added to wine, 3 plants of black henbane invigorate drunkenness and induce sleep. It can be found along paths and fields, as it is particularly fond of edges.
Okay. I have some feedback. Angus, I have some really good feedback for you on this. In that 3 plants of black henbane will invigorate drunkenness, and 4 of them will just kill them. So I'm just saying.
Thanks to the savant parchment, our hero will recognize the herb and become a little more knowledgeable about medicinal plants. And after picking it, the herbalist will tell him how to proceed. Unable to see the tracks despite careful examination, he could not conclude anything. Now, he no longer doubts that it is the work of Corrigans.
Huh. Well, they're a little bit out of... They're a little bit lost, aren't they? What are they doing up here? Like... I suppose... They're from Brittany. Related to the Cornish Recorder, which means gnome. Huh. Very often, Corrigans regard nasally all kinds of pollutants or believed to be evil spirits or demons can manipulate my heart that penitential state. They like to dance around fountains. However, they get themselves away when they cannot enumerate the full list of the days of the week. Huh. What are they doing in Scotland?
The the old man bursts out laughing. In truth, they may be anywhere humans are not, even if sometimes they make incursions into the houses of men. Angus does not see any great difficulty in this, only that they will have to be persuaded to make themselves visible to our heroes. These creatures do not hold humans in high regard. Rare are those who manage to see them, and, he adds, those to whom they agree.
Well, how can we do this?
Squints, stroking his beard. He seems to know a way. However, he does not wish to reveal his secrets to a knight who knows
Well, we'll have to burn a grail card on this, but... So it goes. Just pull a 36, a max...
He knows an ancient evocation, but it requires a special place. There, a flowering clover and a thimble must be placed, and sprinkled with water from a fountain. Our hero learns the magic formula to recite in a suitable place, once he has gathered all the elements. Finally, Angus draws a bunch of clover from his knapsack, so our knight won't have to search.
Yay!
Joan, who lives close by,
Yay!
thanking the herbalist.
Alright, let's go talk to Joan, get a thimble. Actually, let's give you to Urian, because Urian has the other details. Because I kind of have gotten everything very muddled, you know? Why can I not give stuff? Anyway. Quest spells! Use 2 cards from the same virtue. And we need a thimble and some other stuff. So, like, we can't do it yet anyway. We have the fountain. Oh, we need the thimble. We'll need to get the clover. And then we need to go pick up some henbane.
The peasant woman pensive. Joan ponders
The
our
stump.
knight's work.
Yep.
Joan does not seem our knight.
Beautiful.
Our knight.
Now, Brastius, you've not done any things yet. Cardigan's Invocation. Nice, we got Love and Largesse for it. Has been created and can only be used once. So, Ulvius, you have the... Say, that's a henbane.
Our knight, following the herbalist's instructions, picks henbane, which has incredible properties.
You love the illuminated manuscript design? It's very good. No, the whole aesthetic of this game is awesome. And it's nice because it's also a very, very different take on what does manuscript, illuminated manuscript style actually mean. Right? Like, it could have meant just really cripping Pentiments style, and I would not be mad about that. Or look at the sort of 13th century Rochester bestiary thing. Instead, you know, the pivot into Latrell Salter, and then actually making 3D assets that are really based on these, manuscript things, but also render it in some ways very differently. Quite neat.
An old stump surrounded by mushrooms.
Okay, scoot over. Thimble.
An old stump
Okay, why does it not let me do the thing? Like, also, why does it not let me give the things to other people? Your quest items. Like... Oh, I have to drag it... Oh, that's how. That's how that works. I have to drag it onto their physical thing and not their icon.
Our hero places a thimble on the stump. Our hero puts the bouquet of cloaks. Our knight consecrates this makeshift altar.
That was just a misunderstanding what that was supposed to do. I wish both could work, right? I wish it could work where you could do either thing.
Fairy people, if I may, in your sacred grove this day, give your water so delicious.
No, we're going to be drugging mercenaries. Right now we just want to ask the Corrigan to just, like, please don't.
Naughty Corrigans, they do mock man and his plans, as they prance and twirl and jump, like a daring acrobat. Now together run the stump, proud and fearless as a cat. All together they protest, ye come here without behest.
That's a great line delivery.
We are loyal to no lord, but your magic is enticing, and
that was a good line delivery. I enjoyed that greatly. What is I not going to say?
Faces clearly display their indignation. They have been furious since the woodcutter cut the birch in the circle of trees that surrounds them.
That makes sense.
In reaction to our knight's blank look, they begin swearing.
No, that makes sense.
The grove of white birch trees is sacred to their people. Although annoyed, the small beings assure us that they really are Corrigans.
We're not disrespecting you. We just simply have never met you before, and it's rude to. We would hate to cause offense.
They aptly take revenge if disrespected. The fairies sigh. They're being so very kind, they say, for having held back the full force of their powers. If they hadn't, the adults too would have fallen ill, and the children would have been even worse. Satisfied, the Corrigans agree. They will no longer poison the food. The children should be healed in 2 days, but if the promise is not kept, the little beings show no surprise as they...
I mean... Largesse. Okay.
Faced with this clever presentation, the Corrigans agree to share some of their knowledge.
French!
Our hero thanks them. When he bids them goodbye, the little creatures are prompt to leave.
Goodbye. Boop. Grimoire. Corrigan's Dance. Use 4 cards from different virtues. Wow. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I could just dancing plague people. That was, sure. Consecutive cards from the same reason. 2 summer cards, including a 6 or a 7. 2 autumn cards, one of which has to be a 12. Use 2 11s. 2 cards including a winter card and an of value 4 and an autumn card of any. 4 different season cards of value higher than 3. Use 3 winter cards. Loyalty. Or we have quest ones. 4 cards from different virtues. But right now I have 4 Grail cards, and so I kind of don't want to burn that. I kind of don't want to burn them. You know? Because I have like 5 cards left in the... or 4 cards left in the deck. Hey, bud.
Our knight approaches Thibaut, who is sitting on a stump, sharpening his axe.
I've got 4 Grail cards, so we can beat this guy.
Raises his eyes. This knight was dear to the late Castellan, and it is said that he was struck down by Grommer's...
Exactly.
Very night.
Who needs magic when you can just get a 30 on your check?
Guards the bridge and attacks any knight who attempts to cross.
I'm just saying.
Grommer was already well known in the village, even before he took over the Castellani with the help of his henchmen. According to the rumors, he underwent an incredible transformation.
Yep.
Since he knows little.
Yep.
For the woodcutter, Joan is the very best of mother.
Well,
the animal is quite handsome, but not easily approached.
It's narcissistic.
It spends its time gazing. The woodcutter replies, "Sire, if you were not a knight, I would not give credence to..." Though he is willing to do anything to improve his children's health, he...
Man. Fine, prowess. And I'll just have to burn a Grail card. Like, just get a 26. Easy.
Convinced, Thibaut chooses to trust and take the oath. He adds, "Sir Knight, you must know that the guards will come today for a delivery of wood." Thibaut tells him to go and see his wife, to tell her the problem is solved. And
Okie dokie, we can do that. Look, you don't need to be a caster.
our heroes once again arrive at the bridge in the forest.
Again?
The sky
You were
and the air is so heavy with unease. Alas, his mind holds no trace of it. Elaine remembers neither his lady nor the strength of their love. And yet, he does not doubt the existence of this woman, Matilda, whom he tried to... He knows not what to say or think, so great is his confusion.
All right.
The ghostly knight loudly proclaimed...
We'll burn our bad card, which is still good enough. Right? Ghost Alzheimer's. Tragic. I mean, what even am I supposed to do about this? Hopefully, the deck is about to get reshuffled here. Death.
Victory is proclaimed in favor of our knight.
Just instantly dead. This is wild. Just every time you pass here, you're gonna have to beat up the knight. Again. Frankly, very fun. Good way to burn cards. Shoutouts to one card left in the deck. Hopefully I get a reshuffle. Though I did not see any other henbanes around here. You know? Oh, why did I give you to Brastius? That should be to Urian. hello. They'll be glad to hear. They're gonna... They'll be glad to hear. We've solved the problem, kind of, sort of.
1,000 blessings in thanks. After some tears of joy, a shadow passes across her face. She worries Grummer will come around and hold Thibaut to account. Joan is reassured to know her. Joan answers without hesitating. Women most desire to care for their loved ones.
It's a good answer.
The knight brought the good news to Joan. The problem with the Corrigans is almost solved.
I mean, it's a good answer. It's just not the right answer. Now, let's see if we can't find a couple more henbanes before we go after these. Because, like, I didn't see any others on the paths. But I hate to just wander into the mercenaries, like, instantaneously when I can't poison them proper, like. You know? It would be most unfortunate.
A beautiful orchard with fruit already and unseasonably ripe appears. Beyond the last trees, high walls tower on the horizon, casting a forbidding shadow below. The raised drawbridge prevents anyone from entering. Our hero finds a second...
Ooh, plants that match the description. And then that's it, right?
Along the wall, our hero discovers...
The postern is locked. Tragic. Alright, well, so we'll need to find that third one on the way back, and then we'll, like, whoop. Hold. Hold.
Our hero sees a strange object that has...
Hold, we can get ourselves a Hans! Because Urian's the one who has animal handling, right? Yeah! It's very likely the downward paths have some somewhere. I just need to pay attention so I actually see it. But since we, I think, have done everything we can do in town, I don't have the stuff for Angus yet. We're just gonna have to, oh, quick, bridle.
Our knight is in no hurry, as he does not wish to frighten the magnificent steed. But the animal sees him coming and pushes him away. Is there any way to distract it?
Okay, we've gotten halfway there. We're on halfway to having a cool spooky horse. Let's quick ask Angus, see if we can't distract.
As our knight approaches, Angus nods. The ghost...
Uh-huh. I have not picked enough henbane yet, so... Let me just not even try that, because I only have 2. I need 3.
Our knights enter an authentic herbalist's cottage, entirely used for drying and preparing plants.
Uh-huh.
All the instruments for making remedies can be found there.
Uh-huh.
This is the table Angus...
Gotcha, we just don't have enough stuff yet, so give us a moment. Okay, we're halfway to Spooky Horse. We just have to distract it. By the power of narcissism, I compel thee. That seems to not quite be the solution, huh?
At the fork in the road, the path leads
Well, that goes
to a
nowhere.
rock 10 feet high and surrounded by bushes and large round rocks. This mineral and vegetal mass blocks the rest of the path completely.
That was not the answer. Well, we can again leave though. And we'll actually walk across the top here this time, instead of going down to see if we can't spot that other henbane. I would love to spot the other henbane. Well, it weren't there.
Our heroes returned to the hill where their companion disappeared. It is
Poor Gawain.
as deserted as when they first left it.
Imagine getting badly rolled. Imagine getting that badly rolled that, like, you show up at the start of the quest and immediately get got. Remember, this is the guy who every quest he goes on turns out well. According to Kulak and Olwen. And instead he got insta-kidnapped. It's a tragic occurrence. I mean, it still might turn out well.
Two castle guards are threatening the woodcutter, who is refusing to deliver the wood Groma Sommerjour demands. Increasingly...
Uh-huh.
The guards, stung to the...
Let's burn that bad one. Thank you. And we got our shuffle back. Look at all those cards go. And look, we've got our giant helm. Odd total, our thing will break. So we do that and we do that so that we don't break our lance. I think that just kills. Nope, severely injured. Fair enough. Brastias can't do anything. Ulvius, however, very much can. Charge. We'll just hit that with a 20. And barely standing. Okay. And Brastius will pretend he's here too. Seriously? You're like still intact? Alright. Yep, a 23 should be plenty. Now we are not dishonorable. Let me be clear on that. You're still... How? How are they still standing? Like, it's almost rude. A dodge? I think I can just override the dodge. Okay, now he's dead. Trample. Yup. Just gonna kick you to death. Yeah, I just killed the guy by kicking him. Yeah. Yeah, that checks out.
Relieved, Thibaut is full of praise for his protector's bravery. He sits down on the stump in the center of the sacred grove. From his bag, he takes his pipe and begins to play a cheerful melody. Our hero finds the woodcutter. Indeed, Thibaut himself carves pipes from elderberry wood.
Well, that's delightful. What a good hobby.
Tunes for his children, though of rough appearance. The woodcutter nods with. Thibaut tells him to go and see his.
What a delightful hobby that is. Okay, but I also did not see a henbane down here. Like, unless I'm very blind, which there is some motion blur, so like, it is possible. But I didn't see any henbane. So let's just check this whole area one more time. Because I don't want to have to go back across this dang bridge. You know? Because we're gonna have to, like, charge down this guy again. So... I'd love for that to not be a problem. I'd love for this to be the last time I have to do that. What do you think? Because I saw two, but I never saw the third one. Kind of a problem. Because yeah, there's nothing there. And there's nothing down here. You're so cheerful with all the corpses nearby. I love that for you, bud.
Our heroes once again arrive at.
Yes.
The ghost warrior knows nothing, only that
Fine.
The ghostly knight loudly proclaims his.
You know, I really don't care. Good, yeah. Awesome. A 12 was still sufficient, so I didn't even need to worry about it. Yay!
Victory is proclaimed.
I've boldly wounded the ghost. It would be odd if it was inside the castle, or if it was in an area that's actually inaccessible right now. Like, that would be weird. I would not expect that to be the case. But then again, we also don't know what's down here.
Road, the path leads
So.
down to a rock 10 feet high and surrounded by bushes and large round rocks. This mineral and vegetal mass blocks the rest
Oh, it's
of
right
the
here.
path completely.
I'm blind. I'm merely blind.
Finding and picking henbane seems to our.
Don't worry about it. If that's the worst of our circumstances, then it is no problem. Hey, Angus.
As our knight approaches,
I got it.
Careful observation, our knight brought back. Since he has much to do,
Macerate the plants in the wine.
Our knight now has to apply this new knowledge.
Yup. Yup, go forth, do the thing, we know the drill.
This is the table. The right amount of henbane has finally been collected on the herbalist's table.
Awesome.
Our hero places a cask of wine on the table.
And now we do that.
This is the table and...
Prepare it, medicine. Good, we can do that. We're good at medicine.
With skill and concentration, our knight follows the steps Angus showed him.
Yay, drug wine! Drugged wine, drugged wine, drugged wine. You can tell we're excited because it's full of drugs. Henbane, powerful hallucinogen. Also deadly poison, but powerful hallucinogen.
Emmeline is quick. She holds Joan in high. Our knight thanks Emmeline and leaves her to go up.
Okay, but can I get this mirror?
Eye is drawn to a beautiful bronze mirror, or
Do you think we could get it?
our knight's eye.
Hello. Can I buy that off of you?
Quick.
Can I buy that? Oh.
Our
What if
knight thanks Emmeline.
But what if I wanted to buy it? Because that seems to be a valuable way.
Our knight's eye is drawn to a beautiful bronze mirror ornately decorated with precious stones.
No? Man. But I wanted to buy it. So that I could use it to get the haunts. Like, we distract the haunts by the power of, Exactly! That was my thought. It loves looking at its own reflection, so I wondered if that was how we could do that. Yup. Understand, can I skip?
Is in no hurry,
Can I skip?
as he does not wish to frighten the magnificent steed. But as he tries to approach, the horse rears up and forcefully drives him back.
The horse is a little bit Narcissus.
Our knight is in no hurry, as he does not wish to frighten the magnificent steed. But the animal sees him coming and pushes him away. Is there any way to distract it?
It remains a mystery. It remains a mystery to us all. Oh well. Does the book happen to say anything? Help Emmeline. Poison the mercenaries. What do you mean I failed? Warn Joan that her children will recover. I absolutely told her that. A goofy thing. I mean, we'll stop by her place real quick. Anyway, but like... we absolutely said something.
The peasant woman recognizes. Joan feels great relief.
There we go.
Our knight leaves the peasant.
Nothing else to do here, right? Nope. Okay. So now we need to find these darn mercenaries. Who are, somewhere. There's another path here. I wonder if we can get the bronze mirror after we do this.
Out on both sides of the road. The grain is heavy and ripe. The harvest is near.
I wonder if this is how we do it. We head down here. Yep, there they are.
4 archers and 2 horsemen are posted in front of a large stone bridge. They seem ready to use their weapons. One of the horsemen stops the newcomer. "Halt there, sire." The rider returns the greeting and says his name is Landry.
Uh-huh.
Landry starts to laugh. "Well, we are 2 knights leading a group of mercenaries paid for by the
Well, at least he's
master,
honest.
who rules in these parts to cut off all access to the
I mean, he's a
capital
felon and a
and
scoundrel, but at least he's
all
honest about it.
The mercenary nods enthusiastically. They are making their fortune from convoys loaded with precious metals, jewels, and richly... They will stay as long as Gromer wishes it, since they get a bonus for every... The mercenary pouts. "Alas," he replies, "though the Castellan supplies us with food, we are sorely lacking in wine. We would always drink more than we are given." The moment he hears this, Landry imagines the great amusement the wine will bring. The mercenary accepts the casks he so covets. Our knights leave Landry, our hero takes leave, then turns away from the bridge and goes back along the road bordered by the fields.
Sneak. What's this? 3, 2, 1. We sneak in on foot.
Our heroes are amazed by the effects of the wine infused with black henbane. The mercenaries' drunkenness seems extreme, their sense dulled, and their reason deeply altered.
I should be on my horses. I should be on my horses. Please hold.
Our heroes are amazed. The mercenaries are surprised to be challenged.
Brastius, you go first, because you have the fewest moves. Actually, that's not true. Olivius, you go first, because you have the most moves. You have the... You need to go through here, basically. That's what I'm saying. You need to go through here. Oh, that's a charge. Get wrecked. Yeah, I think I'll just be fine. Death. Okay, now Brastius, now that you have the fewest moves, you go up here, and then we're just gonna wreck this Landry guy. Exceeds deadly wound threshold, 3 left leg. He's injured and is, obliterated there. Urian backs up, then goes in here. Charges on this guy. We'll do a prowess and we'll use 1 inspiration so we don't break our lance. Because I don't like breaking my lance very much. And... oh, just death. I didn't really intend to just kill you, but I guess I just killed you. So... thanks, this. Wow, critical poisoning. Turns out is quite good for us. Did you know It's not a big deal to go against these guys when I get a plus 15 bonus to them. Yeah, I don't think I need to... I don't think I need to worry when I'm attacking at 28. Obvious. We pivot all the way around, and then we will charge you 27. Fine. Screw my lance, I don't need it. My lance explodes. But, my lance explodes. And Brastius, just do the thing too. Look, we don't need to worry about these archers. Like, we don't lose honor for obliterating the archers, because, like, they're just archers. They're archers and bandits. Who cares? On a mercy challenge, well, I guess I'll have to do a 21. Goodbye. Arthur's glory is increased by 2 points.
Rendered clumsy by the drink, the mercenaries are taken down without difficulty. Our knights rain down blow after blow, blood spilling all around. Thus, the mercenaries succumb in this...
Well, that frees up the bridge.
The road to Cargill leads to a large stone bridge over a river with a wide bed and still waters.
Okay. Fair enough. That's just the end of the adventure area. But with this done, hopefully that lets us get the... hopefully the order of events here is that we can now get the bronze mirror. Which we can use to distract the horse, which we can use to get the bridle, which the horse being magical will let us bypass the wooden blockade, which will lead us to Raniel, which will give us the actual answer, which will allow us to go after... There's a big order of operations happening in here.
Walks up to Emelind with a sure step. Delighted, she cries out at once.
Which, Johnny, you were talking about how... Wait, this is actually just a point-and-click game. We do really have adventure game logic happening here.
The craftswoman is very happy. She adds, "Wait, sire. You have proved your virtue. I will tell you all about Lady Matilda, the horse by the..."
Which is honestly an inspired choice, given how closely tied adventure games are to medieval fantasy. Really consciously doing that as a way of generating romance narratives or chivalric narratives. Very, very good.
The goldsmith leaves food out every night in the woods to help her friend. The lady had to hide in the place where she used to secretly meet her beloved. As a precaution, Emelind has refrained from looking for the exact location of the hiding place. The animal ran away at the very beginning of Gromer's attack.
Yep.
His name is Gillen. He was the former Castellan's favorite knight and Lady Matilda's beloved. Emelind thinks for a moment before answering. Women desire to be...
No, they don't.
Thanks, Emelind.
Those are good answers. Right, protect their loved ones, be admired and known. But we're getting to the point of, like, no one agrees. Where are the answers? You're thinking about Monkey Island. Correct. Bribe the mercenary, okay, but like find Matilda. Good, so those are now grayed out because they're done. Mirror. Right, we now use the mirror to distract the Hans. Just look.
To show the steed the mirror without frightening it, our hero places the object.
It's a this horse is a magpie.
Too far. The horse is immediately attracted and approaches without the slightest.
I just love the concept of shiny.
The steed is absorbed in contemplating its own reflection. This is the perfect time to capture it.
Righto. Largesse.
Our knight takes advantage of this to get closer, moving cautiously.
Look at that Luttrell Salter guy.
The bridle onto the horse.
God, it's such a good marginalia. Look at that. I got. Wait. Where do we check? Where do we check our inventory for our haunts? Anyway, King Agora and husband to Morgan Le Fay, Arthur's half-sister, Urian is father to two sons, Ewan and Evanette. Started the High King's reign, Urian, like many other kings and barons, initially opposed the new power. However, he soon renounced his claim to the throne, rallying to Arthur and becoming his vassal and ally. Brastius was a knight of Duke Gorlois of Cornwall before joining Uther Pendragon's Kingsguard as the captain. It's only later, as a middle-aged man, he entered into Arthur's service. He appears to be one of the strongest and most enduring knights of the Round Table, despite his age. Ulfius was one of Uther Pendragon's most beloved and loyal knights. Alright, Johnny, thanks so much for hanging out. We're just gonna finish this adventure and then we'll be done. So. Oh. Not what I wanted to do. I wanted to go character sheets. Oh. Well. What a cool find, though. We've got this fancy haunts. I'm excited about this. I'm excited to have a gargantuanly fancy haunts.
Our heroes take the road leading to the dead end. Suddenly, the fairy horse snorts and stomps. He has just found a passage through the rocks.
What? Who could have predicted this? A cave.
Our knights enter the huge opening in the stone. But what a surprise when they see a beautiful and noble lady sobbing on the floor on a makeshift bed. The woman cries out, "Who goes there?" Somewhat reassured, she returns our knight's greeting, saying, "My name is
found
Matilda.
her. So where's Raniel?
I had quite the fright when I saw you enter here." The sad face lights up for a moment. Our hero must have spotted the cave thanks to Bayard, her fey horse. The steed knows
It's a very good horse.
by heart. She's happy to know her horse escaped Gromer, and yet he reminds her of her dead father and of her late beloved.
Yeah. Yeah.
Matilda knows no more than what Emmeline has written to her about it. It distresses her.
Aw.
Seeing the ring, the lady turns away, a look of sorrow and terror on her face. The young woman of
Yeah.
Matilda begins to cry sorrowfully for her lover, whom she calls her beloved Gildas. The villagers have seen him as a ghost in the dark forest. For the lady, he is still her promise. The lady sighed. He is more fortunate than she. He does not have to suffer the loss of everything he holds dear. What's more, she cannot speak to him. They are both now invisible to each other. This is part of the curse. She mentions a love song they often sang together. With an instrument, our hero could easily learn the tune and remember it. The lady wipes away the tears that bead along her lashes.
Oh boy.
Matilda, distressed, begins.
So now we have to go back across the bridge to the guy who carves the pipes. He'll give us a pipe, we'll use it to perform the thing.
She was supposed to advise me in the Castellani, but Matilda pales even more. She stammers out words of apology. She cannot speak about what happened. She smiles a moment and says, "That was indeed a wonderful undertaking. There was harmony among us all, and we acted together for the prosperity of the village. Our knight, thanks..."
And so we go back across the bridge, over to the guy, over to Thibaut. And Thibaut will give us the pipe, hopefully. Hopefully we don't have to do more favors for him. But with the pipe we can have to probably fight him one more time in order to go back, take on, learn the tune, go back, help him out, resolving that, break the curse in some vaguely substantive way, ensure that he can, Matilda will tell us something and off we go.
Our hero finds...
Hey, can we have the flute?
Gratitude for saving his life, the woodcutter gives our knight his beautiful flute.
Could I have it IRL?
Now that he has nothing to fear from
Okay, but can I have it IRL? Also, you may want to let us fight the ghost, you know.
Our heroes want...
Remind him what happened.
Settles like a shadow over his face. He has just learned that Grommer's summer juror now reigns over the... It is certainly not surprising that he is a knight. Yet, a deep despair takes hold of him. The ghostly knight...
That's fine. I don't need... Now, Troubadour mode definitely makes this so much easier. But... I don't care. I am not bothered by this. 22... Again, it's a very good pile of cards. So I'd like to keep them if I can. Oh, yeah, that was fully just, like, lethal. Bro.
Victory is proclaimed in...
Like, that's fully, like, I'm able to do super duper lethal. But that's okay. Like, I don't mind playing on easy for this because I think... I worry that fights would have an ability to drag on if you get a couple of bad cards. Like, because there are some bad cards in here. Hello.
Lady Matilda is sheltered. At the sight of the pipe, she frowns. This instrument is not suitable for a lady.
Yeah, well.
Yet it is sometimes necessary. Matilda regains some color, and there is almost joy in her voice. The song is called Douce Dame Jolie. Delicately, she takes the pipe and begins to play a clear, lilting melody.
Douce dame jolie, pour Dieu, ne pense mieux que nul les signories, serre-moi fort, vous seulement. Et comme ma maladie guérie ne sera nullement sans vous, douce ennemie, qu'il y ait de mon tourment. Joindre main des prix vos cœurs, puisqu'ils m'oublient, que temprement m'oxy, car trop long et longuement. Douce dame jolie, pour Dieu ne pense mieux que nul les signories, serre-moi fort, vous seulement.
So that's awesome.
Lady Matilda has no sooner put down the pipe than tears start flowing from her eyes. She apologizes for crying. Sire, go now. Sing this sweet song to Gildas. My salvation and that of my beloved depend on you. Our knight...
So, that's a real song. Composed in the 14th century by Chrétien de Troyes, who lived between 1300 and 1377 around the area of Rah in France. Follows the conventions of the Ars Nova style. There's a structure of a virelai, three stanzas with a repeated refrain. Douce is probably the best known and most performed of his pieces. Many contemporary performers continue to sing versions of the songs with different tempos and voice styles, but it remained consistently haunting. The virelai was one of the three formes fixes, along with the ballade and rondeau, which were popular in the late Middle Ages, and together with motets and lay, formed the basis of secular music in this period. Machaut's work follows the earlier virelai compositions of Chrétien de Troyes, who was a transitional figure, and the later work of William du Fer. Another aspect of the lyrics of Douce relates to the constancy and devoted service from traditions of courtly love. The poets of the Occitan region usually sang and composed for the courts of great lords and ladies, and troubadours were often drawn from aristocratic circles themselves. Status was a feature of courtly love because the lady was literally elevated by her social status and her untouchability. Raised up on a dais or surrounded by her women, the consort of a powerful liege lord was removed from the everyday world. Their attributes became symbolic of a mystical femininity unknowable to the male observer. So, right, and this is the exact melody that was being sung Da 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 yeah. Like, it is exactly what was in the game there. And it is a really, really, really lovely thing to have a musical interlude using actual medieval music. Appropriate for both the generic conventions of the narrative, and for, like, you know, basically all regards. Just a really, really close fit. Both in the social traditions that Arthurian songs came out of, and for the specific themes of courtly love that are present here.
Once again, Gildas agrees. Our knight tries to remember the tune, which is not difficult after...
Hang on, I'm gonna cheat. For endlessly, over let any rules over me but you alone. Since my sickness will never be healed without you, sweet enemy, who takes delight in my torment. Let's see. Since my malady healed will never be without you, sweet enemy, who takes delight in my torment class and the teacher heart that forgets me, may mercifully kill me.
Perfectly remembers the lyrics of the song.
Like, huge respect for doing their music history research. No, like, phenomenal cut. An absolutely phenomenal cut.
Our knight sings divinely, making the love song entrusted by Lady Matilda his own. The ghost is speechless. For the first time, a smile lights up his pained face. Sire, a great omen occurs today. Thanks to your talent, I finally remember who I am, and especially my undying love for Matilda. Then, prodding his mount to a gallop, Gildas rides full speed into the thicket.
Woohoo! Nickel led to the quest log. Which presumably is go back to Matilda and, like, be like, yippee, woohoo, yay! I mean, not yay because death. Your beloved's still dead, but at least he remembers you. But that doesn't make him less dead, though. And this doesn't really get us closer to Reniel.
This farewell brought the lady serenity. She now feels revived.
Therapy. Talk to the ghosts of your beloved ones, thereby providing emotional closure.
She immediately replies, "Women desire to love and be loved in return, purely and sincerely." The lady takes the ring. With fright, she whispers, "By heaven, Grummer usually wears this ring on his beard." Matilda takes a deep breath. She recounts how Grummer besieged her home.
Well, the mercenaries are dead.
She also tells how he killed her.
Gildas is dead.
Combat. The most incredible thing is Grommer's newfound gigantic size and colossal.
None of us know have the correct
he
answers.
Now has the power to paralyze his enemies with just a glance. At the mention of this shameful name, anger reddens Matilda's face. She says, "I am filled with ire. Grummer has never been a good man. He has long coveted me, and so did not think twice about killing my beloved Gilin. May you defeat Grummer."
What happened to Raniel?
Saying, "That night, I did not see her, but I heard."
Of course she's in jail.
His men to take someone to the dungeon, but the way to the dungeon is secret. Matilda nods. She has seen him activate his power after a wrong answer was given. Lady Raniel certainly has the answer. The lady thinks her friend Raniel is trapped in the dungeon built by her late father. Though not interested in needlework, he made her do an embroidery when she was a child. It probably contains. The image is finely worked and the colors still vivid, despite the fabric's age.
It's okay, wait, she's not that old. Hey, wait, hang on a second.
The death of her mother. Thus, the lady gives our knight the key to the postern and the family embroidery.
Puzzles.
Before he leaves, she exclaims, "I will wish you luck, not bravery, for you are not lacking in valor. And keep Bayard. I give him to you in thanks for everything."
Simon says that's puzzles. Yay! I'm very happy to have Bayard though. Like, that's awesome. I'm so happy. So it's an interesting thing. I mean, in a lot of ways, this game is an anthology. Like, structurally, it feels like it's going to be an anthology. Right? In that, much like the medieval narratives is drawn on, each section, like each quest, is its own standalone text. But is going to intertwine and have different characters. And using game meta progression, right? So our stats will increase as we send knights in more and more places. You know? And that's going to be really, really neat as a solution.
Along the wall, our knight opens the...
Now we need to sneak. We need to sneak in here. Ew.
An austere room stretches out before our heroes. By torchlight, they discover 4 doors, each inscribed with one of the 4 chivalric ideals. And a repeated pattern is seen all over the masonry.
But... Right, so it's just really, really smart that we are getting... It's just really, really smart that we're using, like, meta stat progression for what in many ways are these standalone texts. I think it works really well, but... Hi! But I'm gonna get distracted real quick. Hi! Oh, come on. You can't put your paws up there and say, "Hi, pay attention to me," and then run away as soon as I scooch back to be able to give you attention. That's not how that works, buddy. Okay. So this doesn't, like, yes, there's a repeat pattern, but I also don't know. So we're just gonna kind of walk in.
Our hero walks to one of the doors. He wonders if it is a...
Oh, crap. We have to actually, like, solve an answer. Solve the thing right away. See, that's no good. But, you know, none of those are any of those. I'm going to justify my decisions. I'm going to justify my streamer. Don't worry. I had a plot. I had a scheme. Mwah. Look at this boy. This is more important. See? Now we can get back to the game. So, I don't actually know who's associated, which animal is associated with each thing, or how that connects yet to the thing. What I do know is that, Rastius has a chameleon prowess.
Curious, our hero, as our knight reaches out.
Difficulty of 18. Well, we can actually just match that. Whoops.
Our alert hero withdraws his hand quickly, thus avoid...
Well, that didn't answer the question. Like, I don't know what this repeating motive actually is. Which is unfortunate. Cause, yeah. Swan, deer, lion, and dog. But that doesn't seem to obviously connect to that in any way, shape, or form.
Curious. Our knight finds an exit.
Well, just worked flawlessly. I don't know.
At a glance, the room has the same configuration as the one before. So similar, in fact, that we might wonder if we ever left the previous room. Only the pattern on the stones is different.
Would Swan be love? It is not obvious to me. Lion will be prowess, right? Do you think lion is prowess? I actually didn't observe these as patterns at all.
Curious, our knight finds...
Cool. Hi. Oh, good, and that's these now. Which is to say, presumably love.
The third room is identical in every way to... Curious, our knight finds...
Yep. And then by order of elimination.
The fourth room is identical in every way to those we have already visited. Curious, our knight finds an exit leading...
And then by virtue of the process of elimination, we are completely fine.
Our heroes reach the tower's inhabited floor. The place is shrouded in silence, like fog over the plain at daybreak.
Uh-huh.
Cells, each containing a prisoner, have been installed on both sides of the room.
Skellin! Hi, bud. Good to see you. Let's get you back in here.
As soon as he lays eyes on him, our knight's companion is filled with joy. The companion does not seem to have suffered too much. He says the other prisoner is the sister of the monster who captured him. Maybe by questioning her...
Yeah, I probably could have just bestiary.ca all of the above and figured out the answers.
He also warns that the monster may arrive at any moment.
You know, when in doubt, we just bestiary.ca. in order to figure out our explanation.
Our knights shudder with horror at the sight of the frightful being who turns towards them.
Aww.
They are repelled by this monstrosity, but it is a woman. A hoarse voice resounds. Sirs, I ask you to forgive me my voice, for I have spoken to no one for what seems ages. My face is the sign of my weakness. I could not stop the evil. The woman sees our knight looking her straight in the eye. He does not treat her like a vile creature, and for that she's very grateful. Then, with hope in her voice, she asks whether her dear friend Lady Matilda managed to escape Grommer. At these words, the woman sighs.
I would not have said quite so much. I simply would have said that she is safe and well.
She says her name is Lady Raniel. She recognizes Grommer's ring right away. To the lady, the abduction of our knight's companion appears to be a trap. Unable to give Grommer the right answer, their friend was paralyzed and... Lady Raniel did not see the attack. Grommer kidnapped her and locked her up as soon as he seized the castle. She thought no one would succeed, but our hero has indeed found her. The lady confirms that it can. Lady Raniel replies that his advantage lies in his ability to paralyze. To do so, he asks the question...
Nice internal rhyme.
...women most desire. The lady laughs, delighted that her dearest friend knows her mind so well. She says, "Indeed, noble knight, I do know the answer. When the pact was sealed, I was able to curb my brother's powers." The lady answers that, first, her most cherished wish must be granted. The lady's face looks uglier after suddenly, as the lady utters these
No,
words,
because Gawain is...
in the stairwell, unmoving.
Gawain!
Danielle whispers that Grommer comes every day to torment her. Our impatient knights are awaiting...
I'm sorry, Raniel.
...to fight. Disproportionately large, Grommer Sommerjour bursts out of the stairwell, very handsome in his carmine and gold clothes. A frightful look on his face. He roars with laughter when he sees our...
I didn't think Gawain would be kidnapped.
Grommer sneers at Lady Raniel, saying, "Sister, you think you are saved, but you are not. These men are here because I invited them. Sir Knight, you must have found Matilda. Once this little mishap is over, she will be mine, as she should have been long ago." Grommer exclaims the time has come to be rid of unwelcome...
Unfortunately, all these answers are wrong. Right?
The Colossus howls with blood curdling.
Yep. Oh. For some reason we're not getting got. For some reason we're not frozen. I don't know why we're not frozen. I'm gonna be real. Hi! Hi! Winter just flopped over on my foot and started purring so rumbly. Oh. Oh, there you are, guy. There you are, boy. Hi. Hi. I shouldn't have done that way. That's alright. I will... There's nowhere for me to run, so I'll just walk slowly forward. Yep. There's the paralysis. I'm aware that it's a problem. Unfortunately, Ulvius can't actually get past, so... There's not a lot I can do. Oop! Is that just death? That's just death! Oh. Urian just died. Ooh, 100? I see. I see how that goes. Well, rip. That's such a shame. That's alright, I swung at a 30. So... A 30's gotta count for something. Stand on top of your dead friend. There's not a lot I can do about this. Heck. You have to get that attack in. Use another grail card. Just, there's no shade in using grail cards. Dead is permadead. Yes. Luckily, since you're now walking, you don't get quite as thoroughly got. Uh, 12, 13, 14, 15. Guarantee 28. I'll take a guarantee 28. And hopefully that draws him back. Forced him back. Awesome. Because if he has to walk every turn, then he can't kill. Another 28. It's not enough. Because this time I couldn't draw him back. And he's just still so strong. And I don't have a way to break this, so this is another death. Which is a pain in the ass because there's not a lot I can actually do right now about this. Just dump everything in. I'm just swinging for 35 and we're just gonna rock with it. See if we can't get up like 6? Ugh. It's not even enough. How are you doing? Just not enough. And there's the freeze. And I'm done. I'm dead. And there's a game over. Huh. Huh. I don't like that. I wonder if I can load an autosave. Or load a previous save. Because I literally unwinnable. Right? If I understood that right, that meant the adventure, because I happened to pick Gawain at the first stage. Yeah? Okay, there's no option there for me to do something about load a previous save. So... unlucky. I really hope that there actually had been an other solution that I had just missed. Because if it turned out that the answer is because of who I chose to attack the stag in the very first choice of the thing before I knew anything about how the story would play out, I had a forced TPK, that would suck real bad. Like, that simply would not feel good. So I really hope that isn't what that meant. I really hope that isn't what that was. Because it's not like I had an option to be like, there was no counterplay. There's no counterplay to, oh, Oh yeah, there's gonna be lots of different endings. But, you know, if it's just a two-shot, like paralyzed death, paralyzed death, paralyzed death, there's simply no way to force that issue to continue to stack up enough wounds for it to matter. Like, there was no counterplay to that. No way to just beat him in one-on-one. So... And Gawain was right there. But since I had no idea that there was a kidnapping at the beginning of the quest, it being the case that, like, that's not awesome. That doesn't feel awesome. We're gonna roll with it because so it happens. But it does not feel very good to have this squad just, some of my best knights just get rolled by something that did not feel like I had any control over. Or that I had any, like, satisfying conclusions. Because of a circumstance. Because I had a character that could marry Raniel. She was just in... He was just in jail. And so, selecting 4 knights for the quest, right? The things that Gawain was good at, which are why I select him for the quest, including the fact that he can marry Raniel, I just got screwed out of from the word go. Because I didn't know that there was a paralysis kidnapping that was going to happen. And if that's what's going on, that's really unfortunate. And that's really kind of a flaw that I think matters. There's no way to restart the chapter, no. No, it's an autosave. There is no going back. So, we'll roll with it. We'll see what happens. But, regardless, we are done for today. Because we are at 6 hours and 21 minutes, and that is plenty of time. But we will be back with more of this tomorrow, which is going to be, I think, lots of fun. We'll just keep pushing on, and we'll be like, dang. Enough to, I am actually considering it. If it bugs me that much and I do end up replaying, just restarting a new file, making the same choices as much as I can, and just pushing on from there, I'll know tomorrow. But, luckily, it's only the first adventure of the game, so if I do have to restart, it's not that catastrophic. Anyway, I'll just let everyone get going for tonight, so, I will see you all tomorrow for more of this, and I hope you will join me for that, because I had lots of fun today, and it was a really good time. Yeah, so that does it for us here. Until next time I see you, whenever it is, thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been very, very good. And of course, thank you to our Patreon supporters who are on the side of the screen over there. You can join them by going to patreon.com/radiohistory. They're cool people. They help make this possible. I appreciate them all very much. I also would like to thank, drumroll please, Solomaria, Tossaber for the follow, and Matt707 and Miss Fico for the subscriptions. Also, thank you to Rouge SFG and MC MXYMIC73 for the follow as well. We had been offline previously. It's very appreciated. Again, everyone, yeah, we'll see you later. Bye-bye.